Chapter 1580. Inside the loft, Xia Ningchang was concentrating on alchemy, while Yang Kai was trying to figure out how to steal the Origin King Great Herbs from Qi Yu's storehouse. After thinking about it for a while, there was only one solution: using the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose could move silently through the earth, and because it was a very special kind of creature, it was extremely difficult for others to detect its life fluctuations. When he was a guest at Shadowed Star's Colored Glass sect, Yang Kai had used the stone mongoose to steal a large amount of Thousand Illusion colored glass from Colored Glass sect, using it as the main material to build an Origin King Great starship. However, the situation this time was somewhat different from that time. Although Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was heavily guarded by Colored Glass sect, there were still opportunities to be taken advantage of. The masters of Colored Glass sect could never have imagined that there would be a creature in this world capable of stealing Thousand Illusion colored glass right under their noses. As for Qi Yu's storehouse, it was likely that the security around it was not something Colored Glass Mountain could compare to. Although the stone mongoose was useful, its sentience was not high, so if Yang Kai rashly sent it out, it was very likely to alert the enemy. Yang Kai could only take action himself. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and stretched out his hand, summoning a golden stone mongoose in front of him. This stone mongoose could be considered the only member of Xiao Zhao's race, but when it was born, its soul was damaged due to various reasons, causing its originally low sentience to become like a dead creature. It just so happened that Yang Kai had taken it as an existence similar to his embodiment. It had also absorbed a large amount of Yang Kai's pure golden blood, so its color was pale gold. Looking at the golden stone mongoose in front of him, Yang Kai gently nodded and sent out the soul clone from his knowledge sea. This soul clone poured into the stone mongoose's body. In the next moment, the dull eyes of the stone mongoose regained some light and seemed to become much more lively. Yang Kai closed his eyes and his expression changed slightly. No matter how many times he had experienced this, Yang Kai still found it amazing. He injected his avatar into the stone mongoose and made the stone mongoose his Dharmakaya. At this moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had been split into two. Not only could he feel all the emotional fluctuations and feelings of his main body, but he could also see everything the stone mongoose saw and heard. This was an indescribable wonder. It was an indescribable feeling. He was in no hurry to act. Instead, he tried to use his avatar to control the stone mongoose's movements. After familiarizing himself with this strange body, he suddenly disappeared into the ground. Solid ground for the stone mongoose. It was as if nothing had happened. Its peculiar body was able to perfectly merge with itself. It was like a fish swimming in the water. No one in the palace noticed. Yang Kai also asked Shanqing Luo about the location of the storehouse. Therefore, he didn't need to look for anything. After confirming the direction, he went straight to the storehouse. After estimating the distance and location, the stone mongoose arrived at the bottom of the storehouse in no time. Yang Kai quietly released his divine thought and looked up. As he expected, even deep under the storehouse, there seemed to be a restriction. When his Dharmakaya's divine thought probed, it quickly encountered a layer of invisible resistance in front of him. The invisible resistance didn't seem to be very strong. Yang Kai had a thought and slightly increased the power of his divine thought. He condensed the power of his divine thought into one and blasted it toward the void. To be honest, this was just a test. Yang Kai tried his best to control the range of his power to the smallest extent possible. He didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He thought that such a slight test wouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, the moment his divine sense made contact with the invisible resistance, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from somewhere in the palace. This aura was so strong that it made everyone shudder. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes had appeared in the void and were overlooking the entire palace, observing everyone's actions. Under the gaze of these eyes, no one dared to act rashly. This aura rippled and soon swept across the entire palace before disappearing. Many people fell to the ground in embarrassment, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Even Origin returning realm masters felt weak in their hands and feet at this moment. What is Master Tribal Lord looking for? I don't know. Did someone do something in the palace that angered her? Everyone was discussing this matter, but they were still puzzled. Everyone knew that this powerful aura belonged to the Red Moon tribal lord. She was the only one who could silence the entire palace with a single thought. Yang Kai was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Qiyu to react so quickly. If it weren't for the stone mongoose's special physique that allowed them to perfectly blend into the surrounding earth, his embodiment would have been exposed. After such a commotion, Yang Kai no longer dared to do anything to the storehouse and quickly controlled his embodiment to retreat. Inside Qiyu's palace, her brow furrowed slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on her face, muttering to herself, "Strange, the barrier around the storehouse was obviously touched. So why didn't she notice anything?" She was also somewhat puzzled. No one could act presumptuously in her territory, and no one could hide from her prying eyes. So she thought that the barrier around the storehouse had been in disrepair for many years, and had some kind of problem that caused the anomaly just now. Thinking so, she no longer had any thoughts of continuing to investigate, and instead showed a smile of interest as she whispered softly, "But Yu Xiong seems to have become smarter this time, knowing how to kill with a borrowed knife. This queen wants to see just how much skill this human has." Saying so, she quietly sent her divine sense to the loft where Xia Ningchang was, observing the situation. Inside the loft, Yang Kai had just taken back the stone mongoose into the black book space, when he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and glanced towards a certain spot in the void, his brow furrowed. At this moment, he felt like he was being spied on, but when he carefully probed with his divine sense, he found nothing. Could it be that what happened just now was exposed, and Qiyu was monitoring me? Yang Kai's face went black. "Oh, this little guy actually noticed something?" Qiyu called out in surprise. With her powerful second-order origin king cultivation, it was a piece of cake for her to monitor a second-order origin returning realm boy without him noticing. However, Yang Kai's glance towards the void just now clearly showed that he had noticed her spying. However, that was all. It was impossible for him to really detect her divine sense. He was probably just suspecting her now. Qiyu saw this from the look on Yang Kai's face. "This is interesting." Qiyu suddenly became a little interested. Yang Kai frowned as he sat in place, secretly feeling troubled. After a while, his expression became calm as he pretended nothing had happened, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. "My apologies. Two young lords. You can't go in. This is where Grandmaster Xia performs alchemy. Tribal Lord Master has ordered that while Grandmaster is performing alchemy, no one is allowed to disturb Grandmaster Xia." Yang Kai's expression changed. He began to listen carefully. He discovered that the person speaking should be the green-clothed maidservant who had delivered the herbs to Xia Ningchang before. At this moment, she seemed to be preventing someone from breaking into the loft. This young lord knows that this is where Grandmaster Xia performs alchemy, so this is why he came here. If not for this, do you think this young lord would have come here? "Step aside. I have something to discuss with Grandmaster Xia." A rough voice sounded, one that sounded very unfamiliar. "Two young lords, please conduct yourself with dignity. His lordship has already given strict orders, so please don't make things difficult for this servant." The maid in green begged bitterly as she brought up Qiyu's name, using both soft and hard methods. "Scram!" The owner of the rough voice seemed to become angry. "Don't use Senior Qiyu to pressure this young lord. As for Senior, this young lord will explain himself. Who do you think you are to dare block this young lord's path? Little girl, please step aside. This young lord and brother Shuelian came here to ask Grandmaster Xia to perform alchemy for us, not to do anything to her. Brother Shuelian has a bad temper, so if he has offended you in any way, this young lord will apologize on his behalf." Another voice sounded. Yang Kai suddenly sneered. He recognized that the owner of this voice was none other than young Master Demonic Eyes, Mi Tian. Since entering the palace, Yang Kai had not seen him again. But someone as proud and arrogant as him would definitely not take the matter of Shimmering Moon City lying down. Shanqing Luo had also warned him before to be careful to prevent him from retaliating. This time, he had come here with ill intentions. But who was this other person? Hearing Mi Tian call him Shuai Lian, it seemed his status was not low, otherwise, how could he call Mi Tian a brother? Yang Kai was curious. Ask Grandmaster Xia to perform alchemy? The green-clothed maidservant froze for a moment before quickly responding. No, Grandmaster is a talent favored by Tribal Lord Master. Without Tribal Lord Master's orders, she cannot perform alchemy for others. No, the monster race master named Shuai Lian sneered. Why not? She's just a trivial lowly human slave. This young lord asking her to perform alchemy is simply giving her face. So what if she can perform alchemy? If she dares to disobey, this young lord will instantly consign her to eternal damnation. The green-clothed maidservant's face turned pale with fright. Although she feared the ferocious momentum of this monster race master, named Shuai Lian, she still firmly stood in front of him, preventing him from breaking into the palace. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't move aside, prepare to die. With this young lord's identity, if I kill a little maidservant, I don't think Senior Chi will blame me. Think about it carefully. Shuai Lian stared at the green-clothed maidservant coldly, his eyes fierce and his expression violent. Girl, please move aside. Your delicate skin won't look good if it's broken. Mi Tian still smiled gently as he tried to persuade the green-clothed maidservant, his eyes flashing a wicked light. As soon as their eyes met, the eyes of the servant girl in green became a little sluggish and blurred. The struggling expression on her face gradually became docile. She blushed, nodded shyly, and stepped aside to let him pass. Shuai Lian coldly snorted, stretched out his hand, and pushed the green-clothed maidservant further away, before striding straight towards the palace. Mi Tian followed behind him with a grin. Just when the two were less than 100 meters away from the palace, the door to the palace suddenly opened with a creak and Yang Kai walked out, gently closing the door behind him before turning around and staring at Mi Tian and Shuai Lian indifferently. Shuai Lian and Mi Tian stopped at the same time, the former sweeping his eyes over Yang Kai before disdainfully curling his lips. The latter, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as a look of hatred and dread flashed across his face. He would never forget Yang Kai's terrifying performance in Red Moon City. This was an opponent worthy of his attention. Chapter 1581. Brother Shuai Lian, be careful, this is the human I mentioned to you before. Mi Tian looked at Yang Kai coldly, and reminded him softly. The monster race cultivator, named Shuai Lian, frowned as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, curling his lips as he said, "This is the human who killed your 2 thunder flame flying lizards? He doesn't look like much." He didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, his expression filled with contempt. Mi Tian chuckled. If Brother Shuai Lian looks down on him, because he is a human, it would be a big mistake. He seems to be different from the humans on Monster Star. I haven't seen you for more than a decade, Mi Tian. Where has your spirit gone? Now you're actually praising a human so highly. If my carriage monster beast is killed, he won't live to see the sun of the next day. Mi Tian, you're done for. From now on, this Monster Star will belong to me, Shuai Lian. Shuai Lian didn't seem to take Mi Tian seriously and sneered. Mi Tian didn't get angry though and instead smiled. I'm just reminding you. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not, haha. The 2 monster race masters didn't lower their voices at all, so Yang Kai naturally heard them clearly. Yang Kai couldn't help looking at the cultivator, named Shuai Lian, with interest, as a strange expression appeared on his face. This Shuai Lian really had a great background, otherwise, how could he dare speak to Mi Tian like this? Yang Kai knew that Mi Tian was the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, and was famous throughout Monster Star. But this Shuai Lian dared to speak to him on an equal footing, and even mock him mercilessly. What kind of background did this Shuai Lian have? However, his cultivation was no weaker than Mi Tian's, and he was also a 3rd-order origin returning realm master. Do you two have something to discuss? Yang Kai smiled. However, his eyes were slightly cold as he asked lightly. Naturally, we came here for a reason. Shuai Lian grinned as he looked at Yang Kai disdainfully. But you aren't qualified to talk to this young lord. Call that human woman surnamed Xia to come out and see me. You want to see little senior sister? Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. I'm afraid that's not very convenient. Little senior sister is currently refining pills and won't see anyone. Refuse? Shuo-Yin's expression became fierce as he coldly snorted. That's not up to her. Since this young master is here, she has to see him. Even if you don't want to, you still have to. Mi Tian stood behind Shuo-Yin. Yang Kai smiled and echoed. Brother Shuo-Yin came here this time to find that young lady for alchemy. And I heard that her alchemy skills are quite good. Brother Shuo-Yin has already prepared the herbs. As long as she is willing to refine it, it will be fine. Alchemy is fine. Yang Kai nodded. You don't have to tell my senior sister about such a small matter. I'll agree on her behalf. Give me the herbs. Then I'll go back and wait for a few days. Mi Tian raised his brow while Shuo-Yin sneered. Give these herbs to you? Who do you think you are? This young master heard that you are just a gigolo who relies on women to make a living. Tell that woman to come out and see me. A trivial little human slut dares to put on airs in front of this young master? Be careful, or I'll cut her into pieces. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly converged as his eyes narrowed, suddenly revealing a cold and ruthless look. Did you just curse my senior sister? Are you deaf? So what if I curse her? So what? You'll pay the price. Yang Kai's tone was cold as he suddenly appeared not far in front of Shuo-Yin and threw a punch towards his face, his Saint Chi surging fiercely as he punched out. The other party was obviously here to find trouble, so Yang Kai had no intention of continuing to argue with him. Shuo-Yin was taken aback. He didn't even see Yang Kai's movements clearly before he felt a sharp murderous intent approaching him. Hurriedly roaring, Shuo-Yin threw out a punch to meet this attack. Shuo-Yin's eyes were filled with anger and ridicule. Yang Kai's sudden attack really surprised him. There had never been a human being so bold as to take the initiative to attack him. However, this human was clearly overestimating himself and was actually trying to compete with him with pure physical strength. Even among the Monster Star and Monster Star, Shuo-Yin's bloodline was one of the strongest. Even many monster race masters could only look up to him, let alone a mere human. Shuo-Yin attacked with all his strength, thinking that Yang Kai would be smashed to pieces. Kong. The two fists collided in the void, and the void seemed to collapse in an instant. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the surroundings and spread out fiercely in all directions. Yang Kai's body shook as he raised his brow in surprise. Shuo-Yin's eyes widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. When their fists collided, both of them felt the ferocious force transmitted from the other party and realized that the other was not to be trifled with. The huge force caused the two of them to stagger back a few steps before they finally stabilized themselves. Fierce, Mi Tian was not stingy with his praise. The moment Yang Kai made his move, Mi Tian had gracefully floated to the distance, and after stabilizing himself, he was able to see the collision between the two of them. He was greatly surprised. Although he had always felt that in terms of overall strength, he was superior to Shuo-Yin, when it came to pure physical strength, Mi Tian was ashamed of his inferiority. After all, Shuo-Yin's bloodline was not something he could compare to. It was known for its tenacity and violent strength. If Mi Tian were to fight Shuo-Yin one-on-one, he would try his best to avoid contact with his opponent's body and use his strength to attack his opponent's weaknesses. However, this guy named Yang Kai was actually evenly matched with Shuo-Yin. It seemed that no one had gained the upper hand or suffered a loss in this first exchange. Mi Tian's expression became solemn, as he immediately understood that Yang Kai being able to kill his two thunder flame flying lizards in Shimmering Moon City was not just a random eruption of strength. He really did have such ability. There's a good show to watch. Mi Tian suddenly became excited as he shifted his gaze to a certain position 1,000 meters away. Over there, Yu Xiong was standing on the roof of one of the palaces with his arms crossed, looking down condescendingly with a smug expression on his face. Noticing Mi Tian's gaze, Yu Xiong waved his hand in greeting before joining Mi Tian in watching. Interesting, you're quite interesting, human. Shuo-Yin swept his eyes over Yang Kai, re-examining him as he shouted, again. As soon as his voice fell, a strange blood-red light suddenly appeared around his body. This blood-red light was filled with an evil aura, causing Shuo-Yin's aura to soar. Taking a big step forward, Shuelian rushed towards Yang Kai. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble, leaving behind deep footprints. With these footprints as the origin, the ground around him began to crack like a spider's web. Yang Kai was instantly enveloped by a biting murderous intent. This murderous intent seemed to be tangible, cutting through his body like a sharp blade, giving off a chilling aura that made one want to get as far away as possible from this murderous intent. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it, nor did he want to. A low and deep roar sounded out from his throat, like a wild beast that had gone mad. His muscles swelled up, and his bones emitted crisp cracking sounds. His imposing aura rose explosively along with it, and it attacked the killing intent that was everywhere in the surroundings, and turned this invisible thing into powder. Shuelian rushed in front of Yang Kai, and sent out a barrage of punches filled with heaven-destroying and earth-extinguishing power towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of dodging, simply allowing the other party's attacks to land on his body, while simultaneously counterattacking with his two iron fists towards Shuelian's vital points. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk a series of muffled bangs rang out, causing one's scalp to tingle as the two men let out muffled groans. Yang Kai didn't show any signs of defeat, and instead fought back and forth with Shuelian. Mi Tian's expression changed while Yu Xiong's jaw dropped. The green-clothed maid even lost the ability to think as her beautiful eyes trembled as she watched all this. She had always thought that Yang Kai was nothing more than a man who lived off a woman, a shameless and shameless man. She secretly felt sorry for Xia Ningchang, thinking that Xia Ningchang's vision was really problematic. There were so many outstanding men in this world, so how could she have chosen such a man? But now, she finally understood that this man she thought of as a good-for-nothing also had a dazzling side to him. For the sake of his woman, daring to confront young Lord Shuelian head-on was already dazzling enough. This man is so handsome. The strength and physique Shuelian was so proud of failed to play the slightest role in suppressing Yang Kai. The other party's attainments in this territory were clearly on par with his own. Yang Kai's eyes became cold and fierce, like the fury of a bloodthirsty monster beast. In a world of fists and feet, Yang Kai and Shuelian tangled with one another, each of their blows shocking the heavens and surging waves of power. Between Yang Kai and Shuelian, a violent power sputtered out as pure physical strength sublimated, transforming into an indescribable realm that enveloped the two of them. Even masters like Mi Tian and Yu Xiong were somewhat unable to distinguish the specific situation of the battlefield. They could only see the figures of these two figures moving about, hear the sounds of explosions, and feel the terrifying power behind each blow. A bloody battle, Shuelian roared, his voice filled with rage while Yang Kai also seemed like a mad demon. The two of them, who had only met for the first time, had already regarded each other as life and death enemies, their eyes bursting with blood-red light that caused one's heart to tremble, not daring to look directly at them. The two figures tangled together, bombarding each other indiscriminately, like two reckless men who had never cultivated before, not using any other kind of strength, only wanting to suppress their opponent in this territory. During this period of time, flashes of light would burst forth like meteors, dazzling and intoxicating to the eyes. This kind of crude and simple fighting style had always been disdained by cultivators, but at this moment, this kind of violent battle was shining brilliantly under the hands of these two. Any kind of power, when cultivated to the extreme, could not be underestimated. The more Shuelian fought, the more shocked he became. He had never thought that a human could actually fight to a draw with him, in a contest of physical strength. He used all his strength to bombard Yang Kai with his fists, but every time he struck, it was as if he had hit the hardest rock in the world, producing a metallic clanging sound. The strength of Yang Kai's physique made Shuelian feel like he was facing a body of iron, not flesh and blood. How was this possible? Even the monster race, which was famous for its physical strength, could not compare to his bloodline. So how could a human achieve this? Is he even a human? Chapter 1582. But that wasn't all. What was most terrifying was Yang Kai's aura. As the battle progressed, his aura grew stronger and stronger, and the power behind each of his punches grew stronger and stronger. Shuelian, who was in the middle of this battle, could clearly feel this. After fighting for just a cup of tea's worth of time, the other party's strength had gone from being equal to his to actually suppressing him. What was going on? Could it be that he had not been using his full strength all this time? Shui Lian's expression became more and more dignified, as his expression became crazier and crazier. He was a proud son of heaven, a dazzling new star on Monster Star. He was not afraid of strong enemies, and the madness in his bloodline was eager to fight. Only by killing masters could he demonstrate his strength. He was finally interested in Yang Kai. Yu Xiong, what's going on? 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, on the roof of the palace, Shanqing Luo suddenly arrived. Her brow furrowed as she looked down at the battle below and asked anxiously, with such a big commotion here, how could she not have noticed? After realizing that the fluctuations of the battle were coming from Xia Ningchang's palace, she immediately came here and saw Yang Kai and Shui Lian fighting a bloody battle. Why is Yang Kai fighting with Shui Lian? Didn't Shui Lian only come here a few days ago? Shanqing Luo asked suspiciously. If Yang Kai and Mi Tian were fighting, she could understand. After all, there was a gap between the two. Yang Kai had killed 2 of Mi Tian's 9th order monster beast. So with Mi Tian's personality, how could he possibly let this matter go? However, Yang Kai and Shui Lian had clearly never met before. There was no deep hatred between the two. So why were they fighting to the death down below? I don't know. Yu Xiong shrank his head and quickly waved his hand, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him. But his flickering eyes allowed Shanqing Luo to see some clues. You really don't know? Shanqing Luo narrowed her eyes at Yu Xiong, a cold light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Ahem. I really don't know. I'll ask you one last time, what the hell is going on? Shanqing Luo gritted her teeth and shouted. Yu Xiong's face suddenly became bitter as he stared at Shanqing Luo pitifully, a sad expression filling his face as he smacked his lips. He was speechless. As expected. It's all you're doing. Shanqing Luo was almost angered to death, her chest heaving up and down violently. Shui Lian was not an ordinary monster race cultivator, so Yang Kai decided to fight him. No matter if he won or lost, nothing good would come of it. After realizing that this was a trap set up by Yu Xiong, Shanqing Luo wished she could chop this cheap brother of hers into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in her heart. I didn't do anything. Yu Xiong scratched his head awkwardly. Shui Lian just came to the palace a few days ago. I was just bragging about how outstanding Grandmaster Xia's alchemy skills were in front of him and Mi Tian. And it just so happened that blood refining needed some pills, so Shanqing Luo didn't say a word as she ground her teeth and glared at Yu Xiong. This isn't Big Brother's fault. Big Brother originally wanted to instigate Mi Tian to take action, but that guy was too cunning and actually let Shui Lian do it. And right, speaking of which, it's all your fault. My fault. Shanqing Luo screamed, her anger growing. Yu Xiong anxiously whispered. Wasn't it you who didn't want Big Brother to take action himself? It was adoptive mother who ordered Big Brother to figure out that little brat's depths. So Big Brother had to think for 3 days and 3 nights before coming up with such a good idea. If you had let Big Brother take action himself, I would have been more careful not to hurt that little brat. No matter what, he is still my brother-in-law, ha 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 ha. So it's really my fault. Shanqing Luo smiled sweetly as she ground her teeth. No, it's all Big Brother's fault. Yu Xiong immediately admitted his mistake. Yu Xiong readily admitted his mistake. He knew that if he continued to pester her, he would definitely not have a good end. So if he acted like a coward, his little sister would forgive him. If anything happens to my man, you're dead. Shanqing Luo grit her teeth and shouted. Worrying too much, Sister Qing Luo. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Both Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong were startled, and quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the voice, only to find that He had arrived at some unknown time, and was standing not far from them. Worthy of being the strongest master under the Origin King realm on Monster Star. It seemed that after living in seclusion for 200 years, not only had his cultivation not regressed, it had actually advanced even further. Yu Xiong and Shanqing Luo were filled with awe and quickly saluted. Senior, what you said just now. Are you optimistic about Yang Kai? Shanqing Luo looked at Ba He with her beautiful eyes and asked excitedly. Although she was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, comparable to Ba He, in terms of eyesight, she admitted that she couldn't compare with the other party. So Ba He's words made her feel much more relieved. Ba He chuckled. I didn't say that, but he really isn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid Xue Lian won't be able to take him down, in his current state. After saying so, Ba He sighed again. Amazing, amazing. Young people nowadays are really amazing. This little guy is just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yet he was able to force Xue Lian into such a state. If he really breaks through to the third order, Xue Lian will definitely not be his opponent. Shanqing Luo looked happy as a sense of pride welled up in her heart. This was the man she had chosen. That was how extraordinary it was. Back when he was in the central capital, he had set off a storm with his weak cultivation. At that time, he often created miracles, but after several dozen years, he seemed to be even more outstanding than he was back then. Xue Lian was not an ordinary monster race master. He had a great background, and was a top existence even among third-order origin returning realm masters. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance as a sense of pride welled up in her heart, as if as long as it was Yang Kai, no matter how incredible it was normal. Senior, did you just say that in his current state, Xue Lian won't be able to take him down? Yu Xiong, on the other hand, understood the hidden meaning in Ba He's words. Xue Lian hasn't used his full strength yet. You should be able to see that the potential of the blood-flood dragon bloodline hasn't been fully awakened yet. Ba He explained with a smile. Hearing what he said, Shanqing Luo's pretty face couldn't help sinking. She suddenly realized this problem. Yu Xiong glanced at Shanqing Luo cautiously and asked softly. Then senior, if Xue Lian were to go all out, would my brother-in-law be able to stop him? I don't know. Ba He smiled faintly. I don't know the details of this guy's strength, but if that's all he has, he shouldn't be able to stop him. If he has other means, though, I can't say for sure. But in my opinion, in a contest of physical strength, Xue Lian has the upper hand. Xue Lian has the advantage. Junior thinks so too. Yu Xiong nodded in agreement. However, a human being, with a lower realm, being able to fight Xue Lian to such an extent was something to be proud of. Adoptive mother's orders. It seems he can complete his task perfectly. Such a performance. Adoptive mother should approve of him. But this little brat's unfaithfulness is a problem. Adoptive mother would never allow little sister to share a man with another woman. Little sister, you can rest assured. If things don't work out, big brother can go down and separate them, Yu Xiong comforted. Shanqing Luo glared at him fiercely, causing Yu Xiong to let out a hollow laugh. Oh, golden blood? Ba He suddenly called out in surprise as he stared at Yang Kai with a look of disbelief. He found that the blood flowing from Yang Kai's wounds was actually a pale golden color. This was not the color of a human's blood. Did he really possess some kind of extraordinary bloodline that allowed him to compete with Xue Lian in terms of physical strength? But what kind of bloodline could produce such golden blood? The blood that exuded a pale golden glow seemed to contain a surge of vitality, and as soon as it appeared, it began to repair the wounds on Yang Kai's body. His cracked skin and flesh were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. What kind of powerful restorative ability was this? Ba He was shocked on the spot, and his body involuntarily leaned forward a little, as if he wanted to see more clearly. 1,000 meters away, the bloody battle was still ongoing. Both Yang Kai and Xue Lian were bathed in blood, the pale golden and blood-red colors intertwining and staining their bodies. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of explosions suddenly rang out from the point of contact between the violent forces, and Yang Kai and Xue Lian separated. Both of their eyes were as sharp and resolute as an eagle's, not caring about their own injuries, and simply staring at each other coldly. Human, you really are amazing. I take back my previous boasting, you are a very good opponent. Xue Lian took a deep breath, and shouted in a deep voice. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned. But you don't seem to be that good. Xue Lian laughed. Arrogant enough, this young lord hasn't met a human like you for a long time. The last guy who dared speak to me like this was torn apart by me. I hope you can hold on a little longer and let me enjoy myself." As soon as his voice fell, drops of blood suddenly oozed out from Shuai Lian's exposed skin. As soon as these drops of blood appeared, they transformed into a blood mist that wrapped around Shuai Lian. This caused his already violent aura to become 30% stronger. In an instant, Shuai Lian seemed to have become a blood man, his entire body red, giving him a terrifying appearance. The blood mist wriggled around his body and suddenly transformed into scales that covered his skin. At the same time, 2 red curved horns appeared on Shuai Lian's forehead, giving him a majestic appearance. "Flood dragon transformation," Bahi shouted in a deep voice as his expression became dignified. Shanqing Luo's expression also became tense while Yu Xiong's face became even more solemn. Shuai Lian was the son of the Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord and possessed the bloodline of the Blood Flood Dragon. He was the most powerful monster race bloodline on Monster Star, a fact that all monster race masters had to admit. After displaying the Flood Dragon transformation, Shuai Lian's strength would soar by at least 30%, a secret technique of the Blood Flood Dragon bloodline. Most powerful monster race masters possessed this secret technique, but depending on their bloodline, the potential they could stimulate would vary. The current Shuai Lian, compared to just now, was like a completely different person. A fierce and surging aura spread out from him, causing the entire world to tremble. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling and burning. A red aura wrapped around him. The red mist twisted and changed, rising into the air like a flame, making him look like a burning fireball. Shuai Lian is going all out. Chapter 1583. That little brat Shuai Lian's flood dragon transformation has reached its peak. In Qiyu's palace, she muttered to herself softly as she became more and more attentive to the movements coming from her loft. As one of the 10 great tribal lords, of course, she wouldn't run over to watch the battle like Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong. Doing so would be far too degrading, but with her powerful divine sense, it was not a problem for her to secretly peek and not worry about being discovered. To be honest, the battle between Yang Kai and Shuai Lian really made her eyes light up. Who was Shuai Lian? He was the son of Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord, the successor that Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord had cultivated with all his strength. He was the future master of Blood Flood Dragon territory. Yet even with his powerful third-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was still unable to defeat Yang Kai. If Yang Kai could fight evenly with an ordinary third-order origin returning realm cultivator, he would already be considered a heaven-defying genius, but his opponent was Shuai Lian. Qiyu had never expected that Yang Kai, as a human, could actually force Shuai Lian to use his flood dragon transformation in a battle of physical strength. Even among the experts of the demon race, there were very few who could do this. Yang Kai had done it, as a human. This kind of thing had never happened on Monster Star before. The human cultivator on Monster Star was suppressed by the monster race, and the cultivation resources were scarce. Even origin returning realm masters were rare, let alone someone who could fight head-on with the son of Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord. Qiyu was shocked as she secretly blamed herself for not being able to see the true strength of Yang Kai. However, she didn't know what his achievements in the other territories were. If his overall strength was really good, he was worthy of Shanqing Luo. If that were the case, it wouldn't be impossible for her to accomplish this good deed. In this way, not only would she be able to make Shanqing Luo submit, but she would also be able to gather a powerful ally, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After what happened with Bahi 200 years ago, Qiyu no longer dared to oppose such a thing. She was afraid of arousing Shanqing Luo's disgust and repeating Bahi's mistakes. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that in mind, Qiyu hid his divine sense around the battlefield and paid attention to the situation there. Outside the attic, Yang Kai frowned. He stared at Shuai Lian with a strange expression. At this moment, blood refinement. Its appearance was savage and terrifying. Its exposed skin was covered in blood-red scales, and its entire body seethed with a red glow while its battle-intent soared. He saw the strange look on Yang Kai's face. Laughing loudly, he said, "Human, don't tell me you're scared. If you're scared, It's not too late to beg for mercy. Do you only know how to talk big? Yang Kai curled his lips, and the strange look on his face became even more intense. The moment Shuai Lian displayed his flood dragon transformation, Shuai Lian's expression changed drastically. Yang Kai felt a surge of energy in his body begin to stir, as if it wanted to rush out of his body uncontrollably. This made him extremely surprised. After figuring out what kind of power was causing this, Yang Kai felt relieved. Yang Kai did not allow this mysterious power to erupt, and instead suppressed it. Suddenly, a five-colored light filled his body. And this five-colored light seemed to have a mind of its own, wrapping around his body and roaming about. Yang Kai's momentum, which was not weak to begin with, soared in an instant. What is this? Bahi was shocked and stretched his neck to look at Yang Kai. Damn, he really isn't using his full strength. This guy is too terrifying. Yu Xiong's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled his face. Mi Tian, who was watching the battle from a distance, was also shocked. He had thought that after Shuai Lian displayed his flood dragon transformation, Yang Kai would lose, but now, in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had also used some kind of mysterious secret technique to enhance his own strength. Human secret techniques are really broad and profound. Mi Tian was excited as he stared unblinkingly at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to figure out what kind of magical effect this five-colored light had. The five-colored light had different hues: yellow, blue, white, red, gold, all of them intertwined and exuded 5 different auras. But these 5 auras fused together perfectly without the slightest sense of awkwardness. 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Yang Kai's attainments in physical strength were extremely high, not only because his foundation was good, but also because he had taken a large amount of life-revitalizing jade cream to create a large amount of pure golden blood, which had greatly enriched his vitality and vitality. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art he cultivated had also raised his physical strength to a whole new level. This was an extremely mysterious body tempering secret art. When Yang Kai cultivated it, the grade of the 5 elements supreme treasures he chose was extremely high, so the effects were naturally remarkable. Now that he had reached the minor accomplishment stage in the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he could use it to fight his enemies. Looking at Yang Kai shrouded in 5-colored light, Shuai Lian froze for a moment, but soon grinned. Good human, it seems you've also used your trump card. Let's see who is stronger between you and me. As soon as his words fell, his figure turned into a blood-red light and shot towards Yang Kai. The red light was like a cloud of blood, directly pouncing on top of Yang Kai's head, opening a giant maw that enveloped Yang Kai, wanting to swallow him whole. The blood mist that filled the air was filled with an extremely evil and violent aura, drawing out the innermost brutality in the depths of Yang Kai's heart, causing his eyes to turn red. Yang Kai shouted as a 5-colored light burst forth, transforming into 5 layers of energy armor that wrapped around his body. A dazzling golden light emerged from Yang Kai's fists, and in an instant, they seemed to be covered in countless tiny golden needles that bombarded the blood cloud. Among the 5 elements indestructible sword chi, the metal element was the sharpest and most lethal, while the earth element had the most outstanding defense. These 5 elements complemented each other perfectly. The layer of fine blood-red scales on Shuai Lian's body was extremely sturdy at first glance, so Yang Kai naturally used the metal element indestructible sword chi to attack his enemy. All the masters who were paying attention to this battle held their breaths at this moment, wanting to know who was better between Yang Kai and Shuai Lian after using their respective secret techniques. However, the result was shocking. There was no intense battle, nor was there a prolonged entanglement like before. This time, after Yang Kai and Shuai Lian collided, Shuai Lian seemed to have immediately suffered a loss. From the blood-red light, Shuai Lian's exclamations and roars rang out while Yang Kai remained silent, but everyone could tell that he was launching a fierce and merciless attack. Blood splashed out as a series of scales fell out. These were Shuai Lian's scales. Bahi's eyes trembled. It wasn't until this moment that he finally determined that Yang Kai's attainments in physical strength had surpassed those of the blood-flood dragon lineage, which was known for its tenacity and strength. Ba He had completely misjudged this young man before. He subconsciously put himself in Shui Lian's position and thought about how he would resolve the current crisis if he were Shui Lian. The result he came to made his face pale. Powerless. He was truly powerless. The true strength of this second-order origin returning realm human was not inferior to any third-order origin realm master, and was even fiercer than most third-order origin realm masters. Even if Ba He went down to fight him one-on-one, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good ending. Ba He's forehead oozed cold sweat as he groaned in his heart. He was completely dumbfounded, not knowing what Yongkai's origins were. Such a genius, even if one searched the entire star territory, there would likely be no other. Little sister, which cultivation star do you think my brother-in-law came from? Yu Xiong asked blankly. A very backward low-level star. Shanqing Luo smiled. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Low-level stars? Yu Xiong felt like he couldn't think straight. How could a human from a low-level star have such strength? His strength was enough to make all the people in star territory, who thought they were geniuses, commit suicide out of grief and indignation. Good, can you report to adoptive mother now? Presumably, adoptive mother will be very satisfied with this result. Shanqing Luo glanced at Yu Xiong with a smile that was enough to dazzle all living beings. Absolutely. Yu Xiong nodded heavily. If adoptive mother wasn't satisfied with such a human, it was likely no one would be. In this battle, this cheap brother-in-law of his had proven his strength to everyone. Shanqing Luo no longer spoke and simply stared down in a daze, her mind immersed in Yongkai's strength, unable to extricate itself. After confirming that Yongkai had the upper hand, she no longer worried about Yongkai, and instead began to appreciate this battle. A scream rang out as Shui Lian retreated. His eyes filled with horror as he stared at Yongkai tremblingly. His aura had withered and countless blood-red scales had fallen from his body. Even the two curved horns on his forehead seemed to have dimmed, no longer exuding the dazzling luster they had before. A great humiliation. Being forced into such a state by a human cultivator, who was a minor realm lower than him, was simply a stain on his life. He could not accept such a result. On Monster Star, he, Shui Lian, was famous for his fighting prowess, and did not fear any cultivator below the Origin King realm. Even Meteon had not been placed in his eyes, but this human of unknown origin had made him suffer a great loss and humiliated his bloodline. How could he accept this? How could he be willing to give up? Human, you forced me to do this, Shui Lian roared. And after he finished speaking, a look of determination appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and spat out a blood-red bead. This bead was the size of a baby's fist and contained a terrifying amount of power. Vaguely, there seemed to be a small snake-like thing swimming inside this blood bead. Shui Lian has gone mad. Yu Xiong was shocked and shouted in horror. He actually spat out his monster core. Not good, Shui Lian is going all out. Ba He's face also flashed a look of horror as he hurriedly shouted, "Stop him!" Saying so, he hurriedly rushed over to the battlefield. Shanqing Luo also seemed to have recovered, and nodded before following closely behind Ba He. The experts of the demon clan, regardless of whether they were transformed from demonic beasts into humans, or were born with a human body, had a special item called the inner elixir in their bodies. The inner elixir was the most important treasure of the demon clan. It was the existence of their life. A monster race cultivator would never use their monster core in battle unless it was absolutely necessary, because once it was damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 1584. The risk he had to take was not small, but using his monster core could greatly increase the strength of a monster race cultivator. Shui Lian spitting out his monster core at this time showed just how crazy he had become, so it was no wonder Ba He and the others were so frightened. Shui Lian's identity was extraordinary, so if he was still defeated by Yongkai even after using his monster core, the Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord would never give up. He was a top master whose strength was not inferior to Qi Yu's, so if he became angry, all of Monster Star would be plunged into darkness. But if Shui Lian won, with his current madness, Yongkai's fate would not be any better. How could Ba He, Yu Xiong, and Shanqing Luo just stand by and watch. So, no matter what, they had to stop Shuai Lian before he could use the source strength contained in his monster core. Only then could they turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. The movements of these three were not slow. They were only 1,000 meters apart. So with their strength, they arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Bahi opened his mouth and was about to act as a peacemaker and persuade the two to stop. But before he could say anything, a loud roar rang out from Yang Kai's body. And at the same time, an incredible power spread out. Even someone as strong as Bahi felt his heart tremble. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, the corners of his eyes twitching. If he had heard correctly, that loud roar just now should have been dragon roar. Inside her palace, Qiyu's beautiful face paled as she stood up abruptly, a strange brilliance flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had discovered something incredible. Even with her second-order origin king cultivation, when that roar rang out, she still felt goosebumps all over her body. She still had goosebumps all over her body. That was an instinctive reverence that had nothing to do with strength. Qiyu had a trace of the heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline, which was why she was able to cultivate to the origin king realm. This was also why she was so optimistic about Shanqing Luo, who had absorbed the heavenly moon demon spider source, and did not hesitate to accept Shanqing Luo as her adopted daughter and vigorously cultivate her. She looked forward to the day when Shanqing Luo would be able to bring back the majesty of the heavenly moon demon spider to this world, and see the ancient era once more. The power of the heavenly moon demon spider. The heavenly moon demon spider was an ancient species. It was a terrifying monster beast. However, compared to the legendary ancient divine spirits, there was still a gap. Among the ancient saint spirits, dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. Unfortunately, such a powerful holy spirit, he had long since disappeared in the long river of history. Only in the most ancient books and records could one see their sky-covering figures and their exaggerated descriptions. Those ancient holy spirits that only existed in legends. Strictly speaking, they were also part of the Yao clan, but they were born emperors of the Yao clan. They were existences that every Yao clan had to bow down to. Qiyu thought that these ancient divine spirits had already gone extinct, but in her temporary residence, she had no choice. She suddenly heard the purest dragon roar. It pierced straight into the 9 heavens, and was deafening, causing the trace of heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline in her body to tremble in fear. She no longer hesitated. Her figure flickered and disappeared from the palace. Then she rushed towards the battlefield. She knew that Shuai Lian was in big trouble this time. Outside the palace, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he took a deep breath, giving up on suppressing the mysterious power in his body and allowing it to erupt. A dragon's roar shook the heavens, and a dazzling golden light flashed as a huge golden figure suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's body. This figure covered the sky and exuded a thick, majestic aura. Its 2 eyes, which were larger than houses, were also golden in color, awe-inspiring to those who looked at them. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it rushed straight towards Shuai Lian without the slightest hesitation. Shuai Lian was dumbfounded. The frenzied aura around his body was instantly extinguished, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over it. While he was lost in thought, the golden dragon opened its bloody maw and bit down on the monster core in front of him, swallowing it into its stomach. Immediately after, it returned to the top of Yang Kai's head and looked down. Impossible! Mi Tian cried out involuntarily as he stared blankly at the golden dragon, shocked by the sudden appearance of this figure. Divine dragon! Yu Xiong almost bit his tongue, as his whole body trembled violently. Bahi stared speechlessly at the shocking scene in front of him, as if he had lost the ability to speak. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, as an 8-legged giant silver spider phantom suddenly appeared behind her, resisting the thick dragon pressure. This giant spider was the size of a house, and its phantom was so condensed that it seemed almost tangible, with a crescent moon mark on its forehead. Heavenly moon demon spider. Of all the people present, only she was in a better situation. Firstly, she was a human, so the dragon pressure suppression on her was the least, and secondly, she had the strength to resist the heavenly moon demon spider source. Even so, she was still shocked by the golden dragon that suddenly rushed out of Yang Kai's body. The audience fell silent as the bloody battle came to an abrupt end, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Yang Kai glanced up, a strange look flashing across his face as he turned to Shui Lian and said faintly, "Sorry, this guy seems to be very interested in your monster core. I wasn't able to suppress it." Shui Lian's face was extremely pale as the arrogance in his eyes collapsed like a skyscraper, turning him into ruins. In this battle, Yang Kai had completely whipped him from the inside out, from his body to his soul. Under the terrifying suppression of the dragon pressure, Shui Lian couldn't even think about taking back his monster core. Enough! A delicate shout suddenly rang out, and the figure of a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in the void. Her sharp eyes swept over the crowd, and finally fixed on the golden dragon. She took a deep breath, and her plump breasts heaved up and down exaggeratedly. "Adoptive mother!" Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong hurriedly called out. "Master!" He bowed respectfully. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he swept this beautiful woman with his divine sense, but was shocked to find that he couldn't see through her depths at all. She was an Origin King Realm Master. The identity of the other party was obvious. She was undoubtedly the owner of this palace, Qiyu. This was not the first time Yang Kai had seen an Origin King Realm cultivator. He had spent some time with Guizhu before, but the feeling Qiyu gave him was far more terrifying than Guizhu's. After all, Guizhu was just a first-order Origin King, while Qiyu had already reached the second order. The gap of a single minor realm was like the gap between heaven and earth. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Qiyu. Yang Kai cupped his fists and shouted loudly. Qiyu only cast her eyes on him now and gently nodded. "You are also a guest of my palace, so there's no need to be so polite." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Junior has admired Senior's prestige for a long time, and should have taken the initiative to pay Senior a visit. But Junior's status is too low to meet Senior. I hope Senior can forgive him." "It's fine. This queen coming to see you is the same," Qiyu replied faintly. "Adoptive mother this time." Shanqing Luo saw Qiyu's attitude towards Yang Kai and could not help panicking, thinking that she was blaming Yang Kai. So she quickly tried to speak up for Yang Kai. "You don't need to say anything, I know." Qiyu waved her hand and interrupted her, not giving her a chance to speak. Narrowing her phoenix eyes, she looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said, "The outcome of this battle has been decided. Shouldn't you return his monster core?" "Return it?" Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. "You don't want to be so ruthless." Qiyu slowly shook her head. Red Moon shook his head slowly. "You're a smart person. You should know the consequences of doing that." "Junior really doesn't know. Please enlighten me, Senior Qiyu." Yang Kai looked at Qiyu casually, seemingly not afraid of her at all. He broke out in a cold sweat. Mi Tian felt the soles of his feet cramp, and Yu Xiong couldn't help shivering. Someone actually dared to speak to their master like this? Did this little brat not know how high the heavens were, and how thick the earth was? What good would provoking a powerful monster race tribal lord do to him? Did he not know how to be lenient when it was possible? Little bastard. Even though Qiyu's mental fortitude was quite good, she was still amused by Yang Kai's arrogance. After thinking about it for a moment, she said with a gentle expression, "This queen will give you face, but you should also give this queen some face. After all, this queen is already so old, talking so much is tiring." "Is Senior very old?" This junior feels that Senior is still in her prime, not at all worse than those young girls in their late 20s. Yang Kai was surprised. He and the other monster race masters were suddenly thrown into disarray. All of them stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Was he trying to flirt with their tribal lord master? Was this absolutely true? In this world, there was actually someone who dared to flirt with their tribal lord master. Looking towards Qiyu cautiously, he and the others were surprised to find that their tribal lord master didn't show the slightest sign of anger, and instead showed a strange smile, as if she was enjoying this, coldly snorting. "This human really has a glib tongue. No wonder Qing Luo is so deeply in love with you." Is this how you managed to deceive her? Senior is mistaken. Junior used his personal charm to conquer Qing Luo. There was no such thing as a glib tongue. Yang Kai shook his head seriously. Arrogant. Qiyu pursed her lips and smiled. But after a moment, she restrained her smile and said seriously, but in any case, you can't act too presumptuously in my palace. If something really happens to Shuelian, this queen won't be able to answer to Shuejiao. Return his monster core to him, and this queen will owe you a favor. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced over at the pale-faced Shuelian, a look of reluctance on his face. He doesn't need to return it. Shuelian suddenly shouted. It's just a divine dragon afterimage. It can't bind this young lord's monster core. As he said this, he opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. A loud dragon roar sounded again as a blood-red light suddenly shot out from the golden dragon's body and was swallowed into Shuelian's abdomen. Shuelian easily took back his monster core. The golden dragon was furious and bared his fangs for a moment. Human, it was just this young lord being careless just now. Do you think you can defeat this young lord with such an afterimage? You underestimate me too much. Shuelian's expression was one of unwillingness to admit defeat, but the contempt he had before was now replaced with dread. Whether he admitted it or not, Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his. Chapter 1585. Enough, Shuelian, don't be so long-winded. Since you've come to this queen's palace, you must abide by this queen's rules. Do you think this is still your Blood Flood Dragon territory? Before coming here, didn't Blood Flood Dragon teach you what to do? Qiyu reprimanded. This queen can let bygones be bygones. But if there is a next time, you know what the consequences will be. Shuelian's face struggled for a moment before he cupped his fists and said, Shuelian has been disrespectful. Please do not blame him, Senior Qiyu. Tian, take him back to rest. In a few days you will set off, so take good care of him. If he causes any more trouble, this queen will hold you responsible. Qiyu turned her eyes to Tian, who had been standing there watching the show from beginning to end, her expression cold and stern. Yes, Tian responded obediently. No matter how arrogant he was in front of Qiyu, he had to tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. None of the monster race's 10 tribal lords were easy to provoke, let alone Qiyu, who was ranked at the top. Quickly calling out to Shuelian, Yang Kai prepared to take him away. Human, remember this, today's matter isn't over. Shuelian glared at Yang Kai with hatred and left behind a ruthless warning before leaving. Yang Kai sneered softly as he watched Shuelian gradually disappear into the distance before taking back his golden dragon. You all should also disperse. Qiyu waved at Yu Xiong and the others casually before turning her eyes to Yang Kai and saying, As for you, come with this queen. Saying so, she suddenly stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai, and a soft force instantly enveloped Yang Kai. Perceiving that Qiyu did not seem to have any malicious intent, Yang Kai did not resist, letting her do as she pleased. The next moment, the two disappeared at the same time. Adoptive mother! Shanqing Luo exclaimed. Don't worry, little sister. Adoptive mother shouldn't have any ill intentions towards that guy. With adoptive mother's powerful strength, if she really wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be able to resist, Yu Xiong comforted. Shanqing Luo suddenly became a little worried, grit her teeth, and rushed towards Qiyu's palace. In the bedroom, Qiyu and Yang Kai's figures appeared. Looking around, Kai Yang found that the decorations here were very simple and crude. However, there was an air of nobility in its simplicity. This should be Qiyu's residence, he speculated in his heart. After bringing Yang Kai here, Qiyu stared straight at him. Her phoenix eyes narrowed, not moving for a moment. Yang Kai remained calm. She stared back at her fearlessly. After a while, Qiyu gently nodded. It was hard to tell whether she was praising him or mocking him. Your courage is indeed not small. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second human who dares to look me in the eye. Do you think this consort won't do anything to you? I don't think so, Yang Kai chuckled. Senior doesn't look like someone who would bully the weak. If you really think so, then you're seriously underestimating the value of the divine dragon source in your body. Qiyu took a deep breath and said solemnly, To tell you the truth, I am very interested in the divine dragon source in your body, and have thought about killing you to seize it. With it, this consort may be able to peer into the heavenly way and break through to the third-order origin king realm. Do you know this is this consort's long-cherished wish? Even this consort cannot resist such a temptation. Yang Kai still showed no signs of fear and gently nodded. Since Senior says so, it means you don't want to kill me now. And may I know why? You're quite smart. Chi Yu coldly snorted, turned around, and sat down in her chair, not intending to hide anything as she said. There are 3 reasons. First, this consort cannot guarantee that I will be able to take the divine dragon source after killing you. Since it chose you, it means it acknowledges you. This consort is not confident it will acknowledge me. Second, even if it acknowledges me, I may not have a chance to break through to the third-order origin king realm. Yang Kai nodded gently. What about the 3rd reason? You are the man Qing Luo has taken a fancy to. If this consort really kills you, she will lose Qing Luo. The gains do not make up for the losses. Her future potential is much greater than this consort's. Junior admires Senior's straightforwardness. Yang Kai grinned. Stop flattering me. This consort doesn't buy it, Chi Yu said with a serious expression. Chi Yu's expression was solemn. Although I don't want to kill you, do you know how much trouble you've caused this time? Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. Senior is referring to Shui Lian? What kind of trouble is he? Chi Yu coldly snorted. The trouble this consort is referring to is the other tribal lords on Monster Star. Yang Kai frowned, but soon understood why Chi Yu said so. You underestimate the appeal of the divine dragon source to people like us. If a human origin king were to learn that you have the divine dragon source in your body, they may only be shocked and amazed and try to strangle you before you grow. But it is different for our monster race. The divine dragon is a supreme emperor, an existence worshipped by hundreds of millions of our monster race. Tell me, who wouldn't want such a thing? Chi Yu's expression became solemn. Once this news leaks out, the other 9 tribal lords on Monster Star will definitely come to Chi Yu territory to find you. When that time comes, do you think this consort should protect you or not? Even if this consort is strong, 2 fists are no match for 4. Do you know how much trouble you've brought to this consort? Yang Kai was surprised. Junior had not thought about this, but Senior, isn't this Junior's fault alone? Doesn't Senior also bear some responsibility? He had been fighting with Shui Lian for so long, so Yang Kai did not believe Chi Yu had not noticed. Since she had not stopped him even after noticing, it was obvious she had acquiesced. Perhaps she had allowed this battle to continue. Chi Yu glared at Yang Kai fiercely, naturally not admitting to this. In short, this queen has nothing to do with you. This queen is not related to you in any way. This queen will not intervene in your troubles. Chi Yu snorted, almost wanting to sweep Yang Kai out the door. Haha, this junior didn't ask Senior to protect him. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. If they want the divine dragon source in my body, they'll need to have the ability to do so. Chi Yu frowned as she stared at him blankly, seemingly unable to recover from her shock. After a long time she sneered. How arrogant are you? You don't even put the tribal lords of my monster race in your eyes. This consort knows that humans have always been arrogant, but none like you. Only those with ability can be arrogant. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. To put it bluntly, even if Senior wants to kill this junior, she may not be able to succeed. Chi Yu narrowed her phoenix eyes and said in a cold tone, You're provoking this consort. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Junior didn't mean that, he was just telling the truth. Chi Yu stared at him seriously, as if she wanted to see if he was trying to trick her. But Yang Kai's expression was completely serious, without the slightest trace of guilt. This discovery surprised her greatly, and she couldn't help wondering where Yang Kai's confidence was coming from. She was a second-order origin king, while he was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, an entire great realm gap. Even if he performed well in his battle with Shui Lian, Chi Yu was confident she could kill him with a single blow. After living for so many years, she had never seen a boy as domineering and arrogant as Yang Kai. However, it was undeniable that although such a boy was a bit arrogant, he did have his own unique charm. No wonder Qing Luo had fallen for him, and was unable to extricate herself. You still have a trump card you haven't used yet. Qi Yu's pretty face finally showed a trace of surprise. She thought that Yang Kai had gone all out in his battle with Xue Lian. But now hearing him speak such nonsense, she suddenly realized that Yang Kai was still holding back. Xue Lian's actions were not in vain. Such a human had already suppressed all the rising stars of the monster race. Mi Tian and Xue Lian were nothing more than mediocrity in front of him. Yes. Yang Kai readily admitted. Qi Yu let out a sigh of relief as she stared at Yang Kai, as if he was some kind of monster. After a while, she waved her hand dispiritedly. Forget it at this point. It's useless to pursue such matters. You can now be considered half a member of my monster race. And as your senior, this consort will naturally not embarrass you too much. And this consort will no longer interfere with the matters between you and Qing Luo. You just let nature take its course. How am I half a monster race? Yang Kai shouted with a blank look on his face. Qi Yu's evaluation of him made him very unhappy. He was clearly a genuine human being from head to toe. Humph. Do you think I'm insulting you? Qi Yu stared at Yang Kai coldly. This is an opportunity that others can't even dream of. Boy, you'd best show a satisfied expression. An opportunity? Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he pondered for a moment before asking. Senior is referring to the so-called divine dragon source? Indeed. Your current situation is somewhat similar to Qing Luo's. As a human, you have inherited the source of a powerful monster race, so you can be considered half a monster race. Qi Yu nodded. About the divine dragon source, can Senior explain it to this junior? Yang Kai asked. What do you want to know? Qi Yu asked. Everything Junior wants to know. Yang Kai looked at Qi Yu with a smile. Qi Yu's brow furrowed, but she didn't show any signs of anger, instead patiently explaining. You should have heard of the term ancient divine spirit. In ancient times, some of the powerful creatures that were born with the formation of the heavens and earth were ancient divine spirits. They were the predecessors of my monster race, and were the most powerful existences. Our demon race has tens of thousands of clans, all of which evolved from the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit. However, some clans inherited a thin portion of the bloodline, so they are relatively weak. Some clans inherited a rich portion of the bloodline, so they appear strong. And the one you fought with, Xue Lian, possesses the blood flood dragon bloodline, which means he inherited from the dragon race, and the bloodline he inherited is not thin. That's why when the divine dragon source in your body appeared, he was instantly suppressed. That's why the divine dragon source was so interested in his monster core. Because if it swallowed Xue Lian's monster core, it would be able to enhance its strength and strengthen itself. Yang Kai listened carefully, nodding from time to time. These were the words of the monster race's Red Moon tribal lord, so they were undoubtedly very authoritative. Chapter 1586. However, although you have the power of the divine dragon source, you don't seem to know how to use it, wasting such a great opportunity. Qi Yu looked at Yang Kai mockingly. That's why Xue Lian was able to take back his monster core so easily. If not for that, he wouldn't even be alive right now. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face. This so-called divine dragon source was something he obtained from the Heaven's Cave inheritance with Su Yan when he was still in High Heaven Pavilion. Many years later, Yang Kai learned that this was the inheritance left behind by the two founders of Tongxian Realm's Dragon Phoenix Palace. But over the years, Yang Kai had never used it for anything. Only when he was dual cultivating with Su Yan did the golden dragon tattoo on his body become active. Qi Yu saying that he had wasted such a great opportunity was not wrong. Without even mentioning that, each of the divine spirits from ancient times had a divine technique that could split the heavens and earth, each of them being the rulers of the monster race, with the dragon and phoenix being the most powerful. However, for some unknown reason, these ancient holy spirits all disappeared at a certain time. There are rumors that a great battle broke out between them, and 90% of the ancient holy spirits have fallen. There are also rumors that they have gone into hiding. As for the real situation, no one knows. After the disappearance of the ancient divine spirits, other powerful demon clans took over the dominant position. These demon clans are all known as the Ancient Mutants, or the Savage Mutants. Blood Flood Dragon, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Nine Nether Cheong Chi. They all belong to this category. Although the Savage Xenogeneics only appeared after the Holy Spirits, some of the powerful Savage Xenogeneics were not inferior to the Holy Spirits, and some were even stronger. Moreover, some of these Savage variants still exist today. Of course, these are bloodlines that have been passed down from generation to generation, not really from ancient times. Shuelian's bloodline and Qing Luo's source both belong to Savage variants, right? Yang Kai asked modestly. N. Qiyu nodded. That's why this queen said that Qing Luo's future achievements will be brighter than mine. What she has is a complete source. Unlike this queen who only inherited a faint bloodline. We can be considered family. You can also say that we are family. You should understand what kind of position Qing Luo holds in this queen's heart. Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Let's talk about the divine spirits. Qiyu was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude. As this queen said just now, among the divine spirits, dragons and phoenixes, dragons and dragon race, the golden divine dragon was revered again. What you inherited is the golden divine dragon source. Golden divine dragon. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai. You young even among the divine spirits is to begin to be divine spirits now. You to the king to the heavens to the monster king's spirit? Yang Kai gently nodded and suddenly smiled. Senior being able to resist this kind of temptation is truly worthy of this junior's admiration. Queen to yang to you yang to. T's to me. S. To yang soul to spirit of to. S to yangs to tb. S to you. This king haha. Yang Kai chuckled dryly. However, this queen is also very curious as to how much of the divine dragon source you have inherited. Qiyu looked at Yang Kai with interest, carefully sweeping him with her divine sense, but still wearing a look of suspicion. I don't know. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Oh, that's strange. Qiyu suddenly seemed to discover something, and the look on her pretty face became even more curious. How come? There seem to be two divine spirits in your body. One is the divine dragon force from before, and the other. Senior is talking about this. Yang Kai frowned and pulled out the verdant dragon bone sword without hesitation, pouring his Saint Chi into it. Accompanied by a dragon roar, a giant green dragon immediately hovered above Yang Kai's head, looking down at Qiyu condescendingly. Qiyu's phoenix eyes narrowed as she cried out involuntarily. Impossible! You still have this. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this was an artifact refined from a piece of dragon bone that seemed to have been mixed with a dragon bead. What's more, the faint dragon soul had not yet been extinguished. Qiyu was shocked to the extreme, her eyes turning red as she envied the opportunity Yang Kai had. He was obviously just a human, so why did he possess an opportunity that made all the monster race envious? Is this your trump card? Qiyu gasped for breath as she felt the dragon pressure rushing towards her, causing the faint heavenly moon demon spider bloodline in her body to stir again. After a long time, she calmed her excitement and said with a complicated expression, If this is your only trump card, then this queen must advise you not to take yourself too seriously. With the power of this artifact, it may make you invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm. But an Origin King is not something an Origin returning realm cultivator can resist. Yang Kai just smiled and did not comment. This boy still had a trump card. Qiyu was really shocked. What kind of freak was this? Yang Kai looked at Qiyu faintly. He knew that what Qiyu had sensed just now was not the dragon bone sword, but the Ice Phoenix remnant soul. However, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul did not belong to him, and was only temporarily attached to him. It belonged to Su Yen. Yang Kai would rather expose the dragon bone sword than let Qiyu discover the existence of the Ice Phoenix. If Qiyu knew this, it was hard to imagine how she would feel. Forget it, put it away. If you continue to act like this queen is afraid she won't be able to resist taking action against you, Qiyu said seriously. Yang Kai nodded, and put the dragon bone sword back into his body. Qiyu sat there, her mood still fluctuating, not speaking for a long time. Yang Kai did not want to rashly provoke her, so he could only stand in place and wait. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Chi raised her head again and looked at Yang Kai with a strange smile on her face as she asked unhurriedly, "Boy, do you want to dig out the divine dragon source in your body?" As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Does Senior have a way?" "Haha, do you think this queen has a way?" Chi smiled slyly. "Just now, this queen saw your battle with Shui Lian from beginning to end. Not bad. Your physique is indeed extraordinary, even better than Shui Lian's. This queen does not know how you tempered your body, but it must have something to do with the five-colored light. However, if you can exert the effects of the golden divine dragon source, your physique will rise to a whole new level, perhaps even comparable to a real golden divine dragon." Yang Kai's eyes lit up even more. "That's an immortal existence." Chiyu's words were full of temptation. Yang Kai's desire was instantly extinguished as he stared at Chiyu vigilantly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to beat around the bush. This junior admits he is very interested in what you have to say, and is willing to pay a price to obtain it. But please tell this junior clearly what you want from me. If it is too difficult, then forget it." "Good," Chiyu shouted. "It's never tiring to talk to smart people. And this queen does have something she needs your help with. You can choose to refuse or agree. Everything is voluntary. Please speak, Senior. Have you heard of the blood prison trial on Green Mountain Star?" "I have." Yang Kai's expression became strange. Naturally, he had heard of the blood prison trial. He had even left Qian Tong and the others on Green Mountain Star to wait for the blood prison trial to open. Could the matter Chi Yu was talking about be related to this? Although the blood prison trial was famous and had attracted all the third-order origin returning realm masters from the entire star territory to participate, the masters on Monster Star were all from the monster race, so it was impossible for them to blatantly travel to Green Mountain Star. If they really did so, there would be no good consequences. Just as the monster race on Monster Star did not like humans, humans did not like monster race. Since you've heard of it, it's easy to explain. Chiyu smiled with satisfaction. This queen needs you to go to Green Mountain Star, enter the blood prison, and find something for this queen. Find what? An origin essence crystal. Chiyu shouted. What's that? Yang Kai frowned. An origin essence crystal that only a third-order origin king can condense. You can think of it as the crystallization of that master's essence, chi and soul. After such a master dies, their origin essence crystal will be left behind. Of course, what I want you to find is an origin essence crystal left behind by a top master from my monster star. Its true form is actually a monster core. A monster core. You should have heard of the origin of the blood prison trial. It was a chaotic battle between a dozen or so origin king realm masters. Almost all of them were wiped out, and the battlefield was filled with the power of the origin king realm master's territory, which is why so many third-order origin returning realm cultivator were attracted to it. A powerful tribal lord of my monster race participated in that battle, but unfortunately, he fell in the blood prison. I want you to take out his origin essence crystal. You want me to take it out? Yang Kai frowned. By the way, Mi Tian and Shui Lian coming to the palace at this time. Are they going to participate in the blood prison trial? He suddenly realized this. Counting the days, the blood prison trial was not far away. It just so happened that the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord and the son of Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord had come to Chiyu's palace together. Chiyu mentioning the blood prison trial at this juncture made Yang Kai think there was some kind of connection between the two. Yes, they will participate, which is why they came to this queen's palace. Because only this queen can safely enter the blood prison. In addition, not only them, but Qing Luo, Yu Xiong, and Ba He will also participate, as well as two monster race rising stars you have never seen before. They will soon arrive. Since so many people are going to participate, why do you want me to take it? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Chi Yu and sneered. Isn't it dangerous? Participating in the blood prison trial is a very dangerous act in itself. Haven't you heard that more than half of the masters who enter the blood prison will die? As for taking the origin essence crystal, there is definitely danger. But since you are so arrogant, are you afraid of such trivial danger? Junior only has one life, so naturally he must cherish it. Please answer my question, Senior. Yang Kai looked at Qiyu stubbornly. Chapter 1587. This smelly brat really isn't easy to deal with. Qiyu cursed in her heart. However, she did not expect Yang Kai to agree so easily. With his shrewdness, how could he not inquire about these things clearly? Good, Qiyu sighed. The reason why I want you to obtain it is because only you can do it. Although the top master of my monster race has fallen, its origin essence crystal is not easy to obtain. Any attempt to lay a finger on it will cause it to resist and most likely self-destruct, leaving nothing behind. Does it have sentience? Yang Kai was stunned. No, it just has a trace of the remnant soul of that monster race master attached to it. Qiyu slowly shook her head. I need it to comprehend the mysteries of the Third Order Origin King realm. And only you can use the power of the Golden Divine Dragon to suppress it for a moment before capturing it. Do you understand? I understand. Yang Kai nodded. But Junior still doesn't quite understand. Since Senior wants it so badly, why don't you do it yourself? With your means, isn't it easy to suppress it? What kind of joke is that? Qiyu shouted angrily. Don't you know that Green Mountain Star has a Star Master? Secretly sending a few monster race juniors into the blood prison is one thing. But if this queen had gone to Green Mountain Star personally, how could he have given up fighting with him on his own turf? This queen isn't stupid enough to do that. A Green Mountain Star actually has a Star Master? Yang Kai was surprised. Wasn't there no Third Order Origin King on Green Mountain Star? Who knows where that guy got his luck from? With just a Second Order Origin King, he dared to refine the source of a star. The most infuriating thing is that he actually succeeded. Qiyu's pretty face twisted as she seemed to recognize this Star Master. Yang Kai gently nodded. If this was the case, then everything made sense. Green Mountain Star had a Star Master presiding over it. So Qiyu did not dare to go there easily. Both of them were Second Order Origin Kings. So if they fought elsewhere, they might be evenly matched. But on Green Mountain Star, Qiyu would definitely not be the Star Master's opponent. As for the Monster Race Master's Monster Core, it could also be called an Origin Essence Crystal, but it was extremely sensitive. Any attempt to touch it would lead to unpredictable consequences. But the Golden Holy Dragon's Draconic might had a suppressive effect on it, just like how he had suppressed Shuelian before. This is this consort's suggestion. Whether you agree or not, you can carefully consider it for a few days. In any case, there was still some time before the blood prison trial began. I can wait. Qiyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It was as if he was sure that he would win. There's nothing to consider. I agree. To Qiyu's surprise, Yang Kai readily agreed. But I have a condition. Yang Kai grinned. What? First, tell me the method to excavate the source power of the sacred dragon. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Red Moon was so angry that she laughed. That's the reward you get after you succeed. Why would I hand it over to you now? Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Senior, you're wrong to think that way. According to what Senior said before, whether I can succeed or not depends on the suppression of the Golden Holy Dragon. This junior knows nothing about the Golden Holy Dragon's source power, and doesn't know how to use it. What if something happens, and the Origin Essence Crystal explodes? Presumably, Senior doesn't want to see such a result, right? Qiyu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed. It was undeniable that even if she understood that Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense, what he said was exactly what she was worried about. So to be on the safe side, I think Senior should teach me the method first. Senior can rest assured that since this junior has agreed to this matter, he will not go back on his word, and will do his best to obtain the Origin Essence Crystal for you. This queen would be a fool to believe you. Qiyu coldly snorted in her heart. After a moment of hesitation, Qiyu suddenly laughed softly. It's not impossible to give it to you first. This queen can even teach you personally, and pass on some of her insights. Oh, Yang Kai raised his brow. senior's good intentions, this junior will accept. However, this queen will only teach you half of it. The other half will be taught to you after you succeed. And that's fine. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but after saying so, he seemed to think of something and added, Senior, you can teach me half of this secret art first, and give the other half to Yu Xiong for safekeeping. In any case, he is going to Green Mountain Star, so when this junior obtains the Origin Essence Crystal, he can exchange it with Yu Xiong. Chi Yu frowned slightly as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Haha, such a good secret art. Junior can't wait to obtain it as soon as possible. Yang Kai showed a harmless smile. Chi Yu stared at him for a long time before gently nodding. Good. But this queen will remind you not to have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame this queen for not taking Qing Luo's feelings into consideration. Naturally, I am a man of integrity. Yang Kai patted his chest and promised. Now that they had reached an agreement, Chi Yu immediately took Yang Kai to a secluded room and taught him half of the secret art for unearthing the source of the Golden Divine Dragon, the monster transformation secret art. In order to ensure Yang Kai's success rate in obtaining the Origin Essence Crystal, Chi Yu did not hide anything and taught him everything she knew. This monster transformation secret art was specifically designed to unearth the source strength hidden in one's bloodline, especially those at the Divine Spirit grade. Its effects were remarkable. Since Yang Kai obtained the Golden Divine Dragon tattoo, he had not been able to develop its potential. But now with Chi Yu, he finally understood the terrifying and bright prospects of the Golden Divine Dragon. His cultivation had not increased, but if he used the source strength of the Golden Divine Dragon, Yang Kai's combat power could be significantly improved. Time flew by and half a month passed. Yang Kai walked out of Chi Yu's palace with a look of excitement on his face, as if he hadn't had enough. By now, he had realized the value of the source strength in his body. But unfortunately, Chi Yu had only taught him half of the secret art, and had not allowed him to fully study it, a regrettable outcome. What the hell is this little brat doing? Inside her palace, Chi Yu was puzzled. Although Yang Kai asking her to give the second half of the secret art to Yu Xiong made her vigilant, she still could not figure out what Yang Kai was planning. Was he not going to return to Monster Star? Otherwise, why would he make such a proposal? But as long as his little senior sister stayed in the palace, where could he run off to? Looking at him, he did not seem like someone who would disregard the safety of his senior sister. If that were the case, Qing Luo would definitely feel disgusted with him, and they would part on bad terms. This was the result Chi Yu hoped to see. After thinking about it for a while, Chi Yu still could not figure it out, and could only wait and see. As long as Xia Ningchang was still in her hands, she was not afraid of Yang Kai stirring up any waves. Inside Xia Ningchang's loft, Shan Qing Luo and her were waiting anxiously. It had been half a month since Yang Kai had a conflict with Shuelian, and Yang Kai was taken away by Chi Yu. But Yang Kai still had not returned, which naturally made the two women extremely worried. Shan Qing Luo had also gone to Chi Yu's palace many times to ask for an audience, but she had never received a reply. Ningchang, don't worry, adoptive mother won't do anything to him. Shan Qing Luo herself was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but she still comforted Xia Ningchang. Elder sister Qing Luo, can you be sure that Red Moon Tribal Lord won't do anything to junior brother? Xia Ningchang looked at her eagerly, as if she had placed all her hopes on her. Shan Qing Luo felt like she was under a mountain of pressure. Although she didn't dare guarantee anything in her heart, she still quickly nodded and made a promise. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps came from outside. The two women released their divine senses at the same time, and in the next moment, their faces filled with joy as they hurriedly stood up. A moment later, Yang Kai stepped in from outside, completely unscathed and seemingly in good spirits. Were you waiting for me? Yang Kai glanced at the two women before walking over to the table and pouring himself a glass of water before taking a sip. Are you okay? Shan Qing Luo asked nervously. Me? I'm fine. Yang Kai chuckled. Don't worry, Senior Chi Yu didn't do anything to me. She just made a deal with me. A deal? Shan Qing Luo's brow furrowed. What kind of deal? And I can't tell you the details, But I want to go with you to Green Mountain Star. You're going to Green Mountain Star too? You're going to participate in the blood prison trial? Shanqing Luo covered her mouth. Yes, but you're only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Only third-order cultivators are going there. What's wrong with that? Yang Kai chuckled. No one says that second-order cultivators can't go. In any case, I already promised Senior Chiyu, so it's too late to back out now. That being said, no buts. Yang Kai shook his head. But I'm curious. Counting the days, the blood prison trial will open in about 1 or 2 months. If you don't leave now, will you be able to make it in time? Shanqing Luo smiled. There's no need to be in such a hurry. There is a cross-cultivation star space array in the palace that can send us directly to the blood prison. So we just need to wait for the blood prison to open. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There's a cross-cultivation star space array here? Shanqing Luo nodded. It is said to be something left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. The blood prison trial is such a grand event that the monster race on Monster Star also wants to participate. But it's really inconvenient for us to rush to Green Mountain Star. So tens of thousands of years ago, the previous generation's Red Moon Tribal Lord organized a group of array masters and artifact refining grandmasters to construct a cross-cultivation star space array. Basically, every time the blood prison trial opens, Monster Star will secretly send a group of newcomers in. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder time is so tight, and Senior Chiyu doesn't seem to be in a hurry. It turns out there is such a thing. And why else do you think Mi Tian and the others gathered at the palace? They all want to go to the blood prison from here. Shanqing Luo explained with a smile. Chapter 1588. After hearing what Shanqing Luo said, Yang Kai understood why the monster race masters from other territories would rush to Red Moon Palace. It turned out they wanted to use the cross-cultivation star space array. By the way, Qing Luo, this blood prison trial shouldn't be easy. Take this thing with you. Although you don't have much time, try to refine it as much as possible. Perhaps it will provide you with some help. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something, took it out of his space ring, and handed it to Shanqing Luo. This is... Shanqing Luo looked at the thing in Yang Kai's hand suspiciously, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she called out. An Origin King Grade artifact? She instantly noticed the strong and restrained energy fluctuations coming from this thing. This kind of energy fluctuation could only be emitted by an Origin King Grade artifact. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's called the Thunderfire 7 Birds Whip. I think it should be very suitable for you. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a smile, not showing any sign of politeness to Yang Kai, instead taking the Thunderfire 7 Birds Whip from him and pouring her Saint Chi into it. The long whip immediately let out a humming sound, as if it was resonating with her Saint Chi. This seems to really suit me. Shanqing Luo showed a thoughtful look on her face. Its previous owner was a human, right? The remnant brand of life inside is somewhat incongruous with its original form. It seems that it needs to be circulated with monster chi in order to display its full power. Really? Yang Kai was stunned. He really didn't know about this. The Thunderfire 7 Birds Whip was originally Thunder Typhoon Sect's hallowed artifact. After Yang Kai killed Fong Peng in the Sealed World bead, this Origin King Grade artifact became his trophy. Yang Kai hadn't studied it carefully, but he vaguely felt that this whip-shaped artifact matched Shanqing Luo's temperament well. So he had given it away. Just think about it. The enchanting and charming Shanqing Luo swinging her long whip, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and her clothes fluttering in the wind. It always made one's blood boil, and it made one feel like conquering. It's called the Thunderfire 7 Birds Whip? Shanqing Luo happily played with the long whip, seemingly unable to put it down. Not bad. Then it should be. This might have been a secret treasure owned by one of the monster clan's powerhouses. Eventually, it fell into the hands of humans. I can feel the aura of its original owner. Now that you mention it, it really does seem to be the case. Yang Kai frowned slightly. At that time, When I was fighting with the previous owner of this artifact, I felt that this artifact wasn't very powerful. If what you said is true, then its full power was not displayed. But now that it is in your hands, it shouldn't be a disgrace. I will not disappoint it, Yang Kai, thank you. Shan Qing Luo stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, as a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. She had never owned an Origin King grade artifact before. Anyone who could own an artifact of this grade was a tribal lord of the monster race. She knew the value of this kind of artifact better than anyone else. But now, such an invaluable artifact had been gifted to her by Yang Kai without even batting an eye. She clearly felt the weight she held in Yang Kai's heart. Her heart leaped with joy. At this moment, she felt that her many years of waiting and guarding had turned into a sweet spring that nourished her heart, causing her heart to be filled with sweetness. Should I leave for a moment? Xia Ningchang asked weakly. Shan Qing Luo was stunned for a moment before giggling. She got up and walked over to Xia Ningchang, stretched out her jade-white hand, lifted her little head, and immediately kissed Xia Ningchang with her red lips. Elder sister Qing Luo, what are you doing? Oh. Before Xia Ningchang could finish her words, Shan Qing Luo covered her mouth. Separated by a veil, the tender lips of the two collided, and Xia Ningchang even felt something enter her mouth. Her eyes widened in an instant as she was at a loss. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. After a while, Shan Qing Luo straightened up, stuck out the tip of her scarlet tongue, licked her lower lip, glanced at Yang Kai coquettishly, and then left arrogantly with a bell-like laughter. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang were left breathing heavily. Did Qing Luo give this gift to the wrong person? Yang Kai's eyes stared straight at the door, swallowing hard as he asked dryly. Before leaving, Shan Qing Luo's coquettish eyes had almost stolen his soul. And Xia Ningchang lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone again, her delicate earlobes red. Yang Kai looked at her, and suddenly felt restless. Although Shan Qing Luo's gift was definitely given to the wrong person, even separated by a veil, he didn't know why. It made his blood boil, as if it had aroused the deepest desires in his heart. Standing up, Yang Kai walked over to Xia Ningchang and picked her up. Yang Kai felt Xia Ningchang's tender body heat up. On Monster Star's side, 6 monster race rookies were originally scheduled to go to Green Mountain Star to participate in the Blood Prison trial. Red Moon territory monopolized 2, naturally Shan Qing Luo and Yu Xiong. In addition to them, there was also Mi Tian and Xue Lian from Thousand Eyes territory and Blood Flood Dragon territory, as well as 2 monster race masters, both third-order origin returning realm masters. However, now that Bahi had returned, he would naturally participate in this blood prison trial as well. Bahi had chosen this time to apologize to Qi Yu and return to the palace, because he wanted to take this opportunity to participate in the blood prison trial, hoping to break through his current shackles and reach a higher level. In addition to Yang Kai, Monster Star would send 8 people to Green Mountain Star. At that time, no one could guarantee how many of them would return alive. Every blood prison trial was extremely dangerous, and at least half of the masters would fall in it. The dangers in the blood prison didn't just come from the domain power that permeated the terrifying battlefield, but also from the competitors of different star forces. It could be said that the fall of most masters was related to the struggles between them, but no matter how dangerous it was, it still couldn't erase the enthusiasm and determination of these third-order origin returning realm masters to enter the blood prison. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was extremely difficult. Out of 100 third-order origin returning realm masters, only 2 or 3 could cultivate their sure to the grand accomplishment stage and be qualified to break through to the Origin King realm. Of these 2 or 3, not a single one could truly succeed. As such, Origin King realm masters were extremely rare in the entire territory of a star. Every cultivator who reached this realm could become a powerhouse in their own right. After entering the blood prison, not only could one comprehend the power of their territory from the battlefield left behind 10,000 years ago, but one could also find a special object. Territory Stone. The formation of territory stones had a great relationship with the fallen Origin Kings. The power of their territory erupted after their deaths was absorbed by some strange jade stones in the blood prison, and after countless years of accumulation, it formed a special object called Territory Stone. Territory stones contain the mysteries of their territory, allowing a cultivator to comprehend them at any time and place. Most third-order origin returning realm cultivator entered the blood prison trial in order to obtain territory stones. They did not expect to break through to the Origin King realm in the blood prison, but instead wanted to find some territory stones and carefully comprehend their mysteries in order to improve their martial Dao. This was the ultimate goal of most cultivator entering the blood prison and the root cause of all the fighting. If there were no territory stones, perhaps 90% of masters would be able to maintain their rationality and would not easily fight with others. After all, at this point no one wanted to fall. However, it was precisely because of the existence of territory stones that the probability of falling in each blood prison trial was so terrifying. Shanqing Luo's understanding of the blood prison trial was undoubtedly much deeper than Yang Kai's. She was the one who told Yang Kai this information. So when he learned that there was a territory stone in the blood prison trial, his interest was immediately piqued. Although he was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator now, one day he would also become a third-order origin realm master and launch an assault on the supreme martial Dao. The territory stone would undoubtedly provide him with great help. Rubbing his hands together, Yang Kai waited for the blood prison trial to open. During this time, Xia Ningchang was refining pills while Yang Kai was comprehending the half of the monster transformation secret art that Qiyu had taught him, trying his best to develop the source of the divine spirit in his body. Everything was calm and peaceful. A month and a half later, Yang Kai was in the loft urging the source of the golden divine dragon in his body, when suddenly his expression changed, and he looked up. A moment later there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai got up, opened the door, and saw Shanqing Luo standing outside. "Is it time?" Yang Kai asked. "N." Shanqing Luo gently nodded. "Adoptive mother wants us to gather now." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." After saying so, he turned around and walked back into the loft. A moment later, he reappeared in front of Shanqing Luo and asked her to lead the way. Inside one of the palaces in the palace, a terrifying force had gathered. Not only were there the rising stars of the monster race gathered here, but there were also several origin kings. However, everyone was silent, as if they were quietly waiting for something. From time to time, demon clan experts would arrive and bow to the three lords above. Then, they would find a place to sit down and close their eyes to rest. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were the last to arrive, and as soon as they stepped into the palace, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he began circulating his Saint Qi involuntarily. Yang Kai was shocked to discover that there were 3 Origin King realm masters in this palace, and besides Qiyu, there were 2 others he had never seen before. However, the sharp gazes of these 2 monster race masters made his scalp tingle. "Hey Qiyu, why is there a human here?" On the left, an old man with red hair asked as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "That's right, Qiyu, you never told us about this kind of thing. What is the meaning of this?" Another burly man with bronze skin on his right was also puzzled. Qiyu chuckled and said lightly, "Why are the 2 of you making such a fuss? It's just a trivial human." Chapter 1589. The red-haired old man coldly snorted and said with a look of displeasure, "A trivial human is indeed no need to make such a fuss. But Qiyu, you must be mistaken. This time, we are here to send our monster race's juniors to the blood prison. Could it be that he also came here to enter the blood prison?" "Yes." Qiyu gently nodded. The red-haired old man's face sank, as a look of anger appeared on his face. The burly man also wore a cold expression as he asked, "Why haven't Brother Guangshi and I heard about this?" "It's just a small matter. This queen didn't think it was important, so she didn't tell you too," Qiyu said indifferently. "This little guy and my Qing Luo are old acquaintances. This time, he is only going to Green Mountain Star through this queen's space array. You two don't need to worry about it." The burly man frowned as he stared deeply at Qiyu, asking in a low voice, Qiyu, what the hell are you doing? What could this queen do? Can't you two see that he is just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? This little brat seems to be overestimating himself. Just because he and my Qing Luo are old acquaintances, he thinks he's a toad eating swan meat. This queen, and he have already agreed that if he can safely escape from the blood prison, this queen will allow him to pursue Qing Luo. Since he wants to die, this queen will not stop him. And, are you two satisfied with this explanation? The red-haired old man and the burly man glanced at each other. Although neither of them dared to believe Qiyu's words, neither of them wanted to get to the bottom of it. The space array leading to the blood prison was created by the previous generation's Red Moon tribal lord tens of thousands of years ago, and belonged to Red Moon territory. For her to open it up and allow the juniors of other territories to pass through was already a great kindness. Qiyu had complete control over this space array in the first place. If they continued to pester her, the gains would not be worth the losses. If Qiyu became angry and refused to allow the juniors of other territories to enter the blood prison trial next time, the juniors of other territories would have no chance to enter. This little brat is quite arrogant. The red-haired old man looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, daring to boast so shamelessly. Since he wants to die, this old master naturally has no objections. But Qiyu, if this kind of thing happens again, please inform this old master in advance. The burly man nodded in agreement. Qiyu smiled and said, I was a little rash this time, and I promise that there won't be a next time. Hearing her say this, the red-haired old man and the burly man didn't say anything else. They could only close one eye and pretend that they didn't see anything. Qing Luo, come and greet Senior Mad Lion and Senior Wuxia. These two are famous figures on Monster Star. Qiyu beckoned to Shan Qing Luo. Shan Qing Luo responded, and quickly went forward to pay her respects. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as he immediately understood that these two origin kings should be Wild Lion Tribal Lord and Fierce Crab Tribal Lord. But he didn't know why they would appear here. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, a resentful gaze suddenly appeared from the side. Turning his head, he saw Shui Lian looking towards him. Yang Kai grinned, causing Shui Lian's face to twitch, seemingly recalling the unpleasant scenes he had fought with Yang Kai a few days ago. In that battle, his pride had been completely crushed. Yang Kai, come here. Bahi called out enthusiastically. Yang Kai nodded gently, walked over to the chair next to him, and sat down. A few days ago, Bahi had gone to the loft to ask his little senior sister to perform alchemy, and the results were naturally pleasing to him. The herbs he had worked so hard to find were not wasted, and were successfully refined by Xia Ningchang. As such, he was very grateful to Xia Ningchang, and was very close to Yang Kai. Yang Kai, you have to be careful on this trip to the blood prison. Everyone there should be a minor realm higher than you, so don't be too arrogant, Bahi whispered. Junior has always been very low-key, Yang Kai chuckled. Bahi couldn't help rolling his eyes. By the way, Senior, who are those two? Yang Kai turned his eyes to the two monster race newcomers he had never met before and asked. Bahi naturally wouldn't conceal anything, and immediately introduced them to Yang Kai in a low voice. One of the two was a well-developed woman called Shui Sunday. She came from the Furious Crab territory, and seemed to be a capable subordinate of the Furious Crab Overlord. The other was a sunny young man called Lai Feng. He came from the Wild Lion territory, and was also a capable subordinate of the Wild Lion Overlord. Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and Wild Lion Tribal Lord didn't have any decent heirs, so they could only send their best subordinates to participate in the blood prison trial. Whether it was Shui Sun or Lai Feng, both were famous in their respective territories. Yang Kai gently nodded, remembering them in his mind. These two monster race masters also seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai, and would occasionally glance at him. When their eyes met, Lai Feng would even show an amiable smile to Yang Kai. This guy shouldn't be difficult to get along with, Yang Kai thought to himself. The hall was completely silent as time slowly passed by. Everyone was resting with their eyes closed as they waited quietly. Yang Kai's divine sense continued to scan the ultra-long distance space array in the hall, prying into its mysteries. He suddenly discovered that the layout of this array was somewhat similar to the altar that connected Monster Star and Spider Mother's nest, but he couldn't figure out what kind of connection there was. A day later, Chi Yu and the other tribal lord-level masters suddenly opened their eyes at the same time, a brilliant light flashing across their eyes. "It's begun!" Wild Lion Tribal Lord shouted. The 8 Origin returning realm masters who were waiting to depart also wore shocked expressions and stood up together. The 3 monster race tribal lords didn't move at all, but all of them suddenly arrived at the edge of the ultra-long distance space array and stood in a triangular formation with solemn expressions on their faces. "Do it!" Chi Yu shouted in a tender voice, her hands suddenly forming a series of profound and complicated seals. The same was true for Wuxia and Guangshi. As these seals emerged, the 3 powerful tribal lord-level monster race masters gradually released terrifying energy fluctuations. The Origin returning realm cultivators in the hall stared at all of this in a daze, secretly wondering when they would be able to display such power with just a wave of their hands. Chi Yu Wuxia and Guangshi St. Qi surged as they madly poured it into the space array, seemingly doing their best. The array buzzed and the Saint crystals that had been inlaid long ago bloomed with light, illuminating the entire hall in an instant, making it as bright as day. Everyone, Green Mountain Star is very far away from Monster Star. Although this ultra-long distance space array can guarantee that you will be sent to the blood prison, it cannot guarantee where you will be sent, so you must be careful. Chi Yu's voice sounded. Those who can enter the blood prison are all masters with extraordinary strength. Inside, avoid conflict as much as possible, and focus on comprehending the mysteries of your territory while searching for territory stones. This queen hopes that all of you will go together and return together. Did you hear that clearly? Guangshi couldn't help roaring when he saw the lack of reaction from everyone. Understood. The monster race rookies shook their spirits and replied in unison. Guangshi showed a satisfied look. This king doesn't have much to say to you. Wuxia chuckled and said concisely, "Come back alive, and in the future there will be a place for you on Monster Star. We will follow the teachings of 3 seniors." Right at this moment, the entire palace seemed to tremble. A terrifying fluctuation that seemed capable of destroying the world emanated from the superstar teleportation formation. And then a pure white pillar of light shot into the sky and into the clouds. Even from 10 million kilometers away, everyone could clearly see this white beam of light. The trembling gradually subsided, and the white beam of light gradually disappeared. Finally, above the ultra-long distance space array, an oval-shaped energy gate appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Let's go." Chi Yu's expression became solemn as she shouted. Bahi took the lead and nodded lightly to Chi Yu before rushing into the oval-shaped energy gate without looking back, disappearing in an instant. One figure after another followed closely behind Bahi, rushing in one after another. Yang Kai was too lazy to compete with others and simply followed behind. When he stepped into the ultra-long distance space array and was about to disappear, he suddenly grinned at Chi Yu and waved. "Senior Chi Yu, we will meet again if fate wills it." Chi Yu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed, but before she could ask anything, Yang Kai had already disappeared. "This human brat is really arrogant." Guangshi coldly snorted. "Close this array first," Wuxia hurriedly said, "lest we cause too much of a commotion, and that guy from Green Mountain Star notices." Chi Yu didn't respond, her expression fluctuating as if she had realized something. Releasing her divine sense like a tidal wave, she probed towards the loft where Xia Ningchang had been. In the next moment, Chi Yu's pretty face twisted as she ground her teeth and muttered, "Little bastard, you actually dare play such a trick on this queen?" When she noticed that Xia Ningchang was not in the palace, Chi Yu immediately understood what Yang Kai was planning. He had no intention of returning to Monster Star at all, nor did he need to return to Monster Star. Chi Yu had thought that by controlling Master Xia, she could play with this human brat at will, but she hadn't expected the other party to be one step ahead of her. However, Chi Yu couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had made Xia Ningchang suddenly disappear, or where he had hidden her. When she had investigated before, That woman surnamed Xia was still in the loft, so why had she suddenly disappeared? Qiyu, what are you doing? Nu Xie and Kuang Shi both looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly became so angry. Nothing. Qiyu shook her head and took a deep breath. Close the array first. Being schemed against by a mere second-order origin returning realm human brat. How could Qiyu say such a thing? If she really did say it out loud, she would definitely be laughed at by Nu Xie and Kuang Shi. She would never do such a shameful thing. This little brat's methods are quite good. No wonder he asked me to hand over the half of the monster transformation secret art to Yu Xiong for safekeeping. It turns out he already had a plan. What about Qing Luo? Would she also leave with him? Thinking so, Qiyu's mind became chaotic and her expression became extremely ugly. Being schemed against by Yang Kai was one thing. And if he had really obtained the origin essence crystal and reached a deal with Yu Xiong, she wouldn't have suffered a loss. But if he had taken Qing Luo away with just a few words, where would she find her in this vast star territory? If such a thing really happens, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, this queen will take your head. Qiyu secretly swore to herself. Chapter 1590. A feeling of dizziness assaulted Yang Kai from all directions, as if space itself had collapsed. This was the sign of a space transmission. For Yang Kai, short-distance teleportation didn't affect him in the slightest, but this kind of ultra-long-distance teleportation from one star to another was still somewhat taxing on him. Fortunately, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so he only needed to circulate his Saint Qi slightly to dispel these negative effects. In a flash, Yang Kai found himself in a strange land. Before he had time to look around though, he noticed the aura of a life not far away. Turning his head vigilantly, Yang Kai found that this person was actually Lai Feng from Wild Lion territory, only 1,000 meters or so away from him. The other party had arrived one step ahead of him, but from the look on his face, it was clear he had not yet recovered from the transmission. Lai Feng did not have the Tao of space like Yang Kai did, so he naturally could not recover from the negative effects of this transmission as quickly as Yang Kai did. But he was still a rising star of the monster race, and his strength had already reached the third-order origin returning realm. After about 3 breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes, and just like Yang Kai, he vigilantly scanned the surroundings while secretly circulating his Saint Qi, preparing to deal with any possible crisis. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai who was 1,000 meters away. Oh! Lai Feng showed a look of surprise as he stood in place, and thought for a moment before his figure flickered, and he arrived in front of Yang Kai, asking with a smile, "I heard your name is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai nodded lightly, his attitude neither warm nor cold. "I also heard that you taught Shuelian a lesson." Lai Feng seemed to be very interested in him. Yang Kai did not answer. Lai Feng shrugged his shoulders. "I heard about it from Yu Xiong. It's a pity I couldn't get to Red Moon territory earlier. Otherwise I would have been able to watch the fun. Haha. I won't lie to you. I don't like that Shuelian guy. But it's quite surprising you were able to teach him a lesson. The human race really can't be underestimated. And I think I can invite you." "Why did you invite me?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. The other party acted like they were close friends, and his attitude was also quite amiable, so Yang Kai didn't feel any ill will towards him. "I'm inviting you to join me." Lai Feng smiled. "Brother Yang, you also know that this is Green Mountain's star. My monster race cultivator has come here, so he definitely won't be treated well." Looking around, it seems that there are only me and Brother Yang here, so if we can join forces, our safety will be greatly improved. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Yang Kai shook his head and refused. "Why?" Lai Feng frowned. "Because I'm a human. I won't be treated differently here." Yang Kai pointed at himself and then at Lai Feng. "You're from the Yao clan. Do you think someone who hates the Yao clan would attack me as well if they saw me with you? I don't want to look for trouble." Lai Feng scratched his head in surprise and said, "What you said is reasonable. Since Brother Yang says so, then forget it." This Lai Feng didn't consider it thoroughly. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then I wish Brother Yang good luck. This one will take his leave first." Lai Feng didn't seem to be annoyed by Yang Kai's rejection of his invitation, and simply chuckled before picking a random direction and hurrying off. He was very straightforward. After he left, Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully probed his surroundings. After a while, his expression changed and he quickly took back his divine sense. The information provided by Shanqing Luo was not wrong. In the blood prison, it was not suitable to release one's divine sense casually to investigate anything. Although there were no restrictions on divine sense here, in this special ancient battlefield, there were countless territory vortexes. These territory vortexes were left behind by the battles between Origin King realm masters tens of thousands of years ago. Some had already dissipated, while others had transformed over the course of time, becoming even more terrifying. These territory vortexes were strong enough to swallow anything, including divine sense. Yang Kai had suffered a small loss just now, and if he had not taken back his divine sense in time, he would have been seriously injured in an instant. Even so, at this moment, he felt a tingling pain in his head, as if it was being pricked by a needle. This was a sign that his soul had been damaged, but with the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, Yang Kai didn't care too much about this damage. It seems that we've really arrived at the blood prison. Yang Kai looked around and muttered to himself. Only in the blood prison could such strange territory vortexes exist. The previous generation's tribal lord Qi Yu was truly a genius, being able to create a cross-cultivation star-space array that connected the blood prison and monster star. Unfortunately, because the distance was too great, it was impossible to accurately pinpoint his location, so Yang Kai only found Lai Feng nearby. The other monster race rookies had all been teleported somewhere else. Yang Kai was quite confident in Shanqing Luo's strength. In any case, she had inherited the source of the heavenly moon demon spider, so an ordinary cultivator in the same realm was not her opponent. In addition, he had given her the Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip, which could greatly improve her combat power. The only troublesome thing was her bewitching appearance, which may be the main reason for her troubles. Few men could resist her bewitching appearance. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Qing Luo had her own path to walk, and Yang Kai felt that he could not always take care of her. After not seeing her for so many years, she was still alive and well, so he believed that she would be able to move forward smoothly in the future. Choosing a direction at random, Yang Kai slowly flew forward. He did not dare to move too quickly. He had only heard about the strangeness of the blood prison, and had never personally experienced it. But this place was the burial ground of a third-order origin returning realm master. There was no doubt about it. Yang Kai was invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm. But when facing an Origin King's territory, he had to be careful. He did not want to die before he had even begun his journey. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter too many setbacks. Instead, there were a few remaining territory vortexes in the blood prison that Yang Kai studied with great interest. Unfortunately, these territory vortexes were not too strong, and the mysteries they contained were vague. Yang Kai tried to probe them with his divine sense, but after studying them for a long time, he did not gain much and could only give up. However, Yang Kai did not lower his guard because of this. He knew that there were countless murderous intents hidden here, so he could not underestimate the blood prison just because of a few weak territory vortexes. Along the way, Yang Kai also felt several life auras, and even saw a third-order origin returning realm cultivator pass by a few thousand meters away. Fortunately, the blood prison had just opened, so no one was willing to take the initiative to provoke him. Everyone still maintained a rational state of mind, and avoided conflict as much as possible. So when Yang Kai felt a few auras, he took the initiative to avoid them. A day later, Yang Kai stood in an open space with a dignified expression, staring straight ahead at a certain spot 1,000 meters away. There, a middle-aged man in a blue robe was bathed in blood, the Saint Qi pulsing from his body flickering, as if he was in a very difficult situation. Around his body was a defensive artifact that looked like a water curtain. He was constantly releasing his sure and performing various secret techniques in an attempt to escape from this place. However, none of his attempts had much effect. The space around him seemed to be calm, but it was as if it had frozen solid, imprisoning the middle-aged man. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. In the void, streams of light constantly shuttled back and forth, like sharp swords, cut through the defensive artifact around the middle-aged man's body, wearing down its power. This man had accidentally rushed into a territory vortex. What's more, this was a very powerful territory vortex that could easily imprison a third-order origin returning realm master. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely panicked as he felt the call of death, pushing his Saint Chi harder and harder. Suddenly, he saw Yang Kai staring at him from not far away, and couldn't help his eyes lighting up, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, shouting loudly, "Friend, please help me. This one was accidentally caught in this territory vortex, and can't escape. Please help me, friend." Yang Kai frowned, but didn't respond. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this middle-aged man, the vortex in his territory made him unable to extricate himself. For a stranger, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't put himself in danger. Yang Kai had only stayed here to comprehend the mysteries of the vortex in his territory. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't respond, the middle-aged man couldn't help becoming anxious, thinking that the other party was cold-blooded and ruthless and wouldn't help him. So he quickly shouted, "Friend, this one is Scarlet Wave Star's Blue Feather Sect Master, Su Dingyang. Please help me. If you can escape, this Su will give you a generous gift and Blue Feather Sect will be grateful." Scarlet Wave Star? Yang Kai's expression changed. He had vaguely heard of this star before, but he couldn't remember where he had heard of it for a while. Slowly shaking his head, he said, "Friend, it's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that the power of this vortex in my territory is somewhat frightening." Su Dingyang's face darkened. Although he showed a look of unwillingness, he knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. For a moment he was left speechless. "Hold on, I'll see if I can find a way," Yang Kai said lightly. He wasn't really trying to save this man out of kindness. Without even mentioning Su Dingyang's personality, Yang Kai knew nothing about him. Even if he was a kind person, since he had entered the blood prison, he should have been prepared to die. If he died here, he couldn't blame anyone. Yang Kai said this because he wanted to explore the vortex in his territory. He wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the power of an origin king's territory. Su Dingyang obviously misunderstood Yang Kai's meaning and was overjoyed. Good, this Su thanks you in advance. Friend, you must be careful. This vortex seems to contain the power of many different territory and is extremely difficult to deal with." Yang Kai nodded gently and took a step forward. In an instant, Yang Kai paled in horror. At this moment, he felt as if the space around him had solidified, and there were many different kinds of Saint Chi being applied to him, causing the Saint Chi in his body to involuntarily resist. With a loud sizzling sound, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly cut into several pieces. This invisible territory power seemed to want to kill any creature that dared to intrude. The difference of just one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly circulated his secret art to resist while summoning his purple shield, which transformed into a purple fluorescent light to protect his body. Chapter 1591. In an instant, the sound of metal colliding rang out from the purple shield, as a terrifying force invisible to the naked eye constantly bombarded Yang Kai's defensive artifact. The purple fluorescence covering his body faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai's face sank as he hurriedly took back his purple shield. Although his defensive artifact was origin-grade high-ranked and extremely sturdy, it didn't seem to be enough to compete with the territory vortex here. If he allowed it to be destroyed by the territory vortex here, the shield's spirituality would be greatly reduced. Yang Kai had to circulate his Saint Chi with all his strength to resist the invisible and terrifying pressure around him. So for a time, he was unable to move. How could he only be a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? Su Dingyang stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded. a look of astonishment appearing on his face. As soon as Yang Kai circulated his Saint Qi, Su Dingyang naturally perceived Yang Kai's true cultivation and inevitably felt a little disappointed. Although the difference between the second order and third order was only a minor realm, the gap in strength was quite large. Moreover, this was the blood prison, so all the cultivator who entered here was at the third order. After perceiving Yang Kai's cultivation, Su Dingyang felt a little disheartened. He felt that with Yang Kai's ability, he wouldn't be able to save him. "Friend, I'm sorry." Su Dingyang struggled to resist while kindly reminding Yang Kai, "I didn't know you were only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you for help. You should withdraw quickly before you enter too deep. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape even if you want to." Yang Kai ignored him and simply continued to increase the intensity of his Saint Qi as he probed the mysteries of this territory vortex. However, to his horror, the vortex in this territory seemed to grow stronger the stronger it was. And no matter how hard he tried, he was always suppressed by it, making it difficult for him to even move his feet. Several mysterious forces wrapped around his body, making it impossible for Yang Kai to understand their mysteries. This was the power of this territory. This was a power unique to Origin Kings. "Friend, use your own force to fight. You can't rely on brute force in your territory. Otherwise, you will sink deeper and deeper." Su Dingyang saw that Yang Kai was in a difficult situation and quickly reminded him. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly released his shi according to Yang Kai's words. In an instant, he noticed that the frozen space around him seemed to show signs of loosening, and his own momentum was like an invisible sharp blade, cutting into the vortex in his territory, becoming the capital to resist it. "Many thanks for the advice." Yang Kai raised his head, glanced at Su Dingyang, and thanked him. "You're welcome." Su Dingyang squeezed out an ugly smile, his forehead full of sweat as the Saint Qi radiating from his body fluctuated more and more rapidly. After talking to Yang Kai for a while, his situation became even more unbearable. He immediately restrained his thoughts and didn't dare to speak again. He wholeheartedly searched for a glimmer of hope in this terrifying vortex of territory. Yang Kai's demeanor also became focused as he released his shi with all his strength. With him as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius began to distort as faint, almost invisible void cracks suddenly formed and then disappeared. The pressure on Yang Kai suddenly became much lighter. The territory of an Origin King Realm Master was an evolved form of shi, a mysterious power that was one level above it. Using shi to resist a territory really had some effect. If this territory was formed by a living Origin King Realm Master, even if Yang Kai's shi reached the grand accomplishment stage, he would not be able to resist it. However, the vortexes in his territory here were remnants from tens of thousands of years ago, so even if they had been accumulated and transformed over time, without human intervention, they were still dead. Yang Kai was barely able to resist them. No wonder the blood prison was a place that third-order origin returning realm masters flocked to. No wonder this place was so dangerous that it attracted so many third-order masters to come here for life experience. The vortexes in his territory here were simply the best helpers to help a third-order cultivator condense their shi. A cultivator could condense their shi here, enhance their control over it, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. Once they condensed their shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they would have the capital to charge towards the Origin King realm. This was a height that most third-order origin returning realm masters could not reach. Yang Kai wholeheartedly used his shi to resist the invisible territory vortexes around him, an inexplicable feeling pouring into his heart, causing him to frown from time to time and reveal a joyful expression. Unconsciously, Yang Kai also began to move forward, and although his speed was very slow, his body was unconsciously approaching the center of the vortexes in his territory, seeking more powerful and profound mysteries within his territory. Yang Kai's control over his shi seemed to have become more flexible. The shi that originally only covered a radius of 10 meters around Yang Kai's body began to expand at a subtle speed, and although it was not obvious, it had indeed increased. Yang Kai was completely immersed in this special feeling, unable to extricate himself. Although the cultivator named Su Dingyang was in a worrying situation, he was also observing Yang Kai's movements. When he saw this young man walking towards him step by step, resisting the terrifying territory vortexes, with just his second-order origin returning realm cultivation, Su Dingyang was completely shocked. He knew better than anyone else just how deadly the vortexes in his territory were. So he thought that with Yang Kai's ability, he would withdraw immediately, otherwise he would die. However, this young man he had never met before not only did not withdraw, he even launched an attack towards the center of the vortexes in his territory. This world was simply too crazy, and Su Dingyang could hardly believe his eyes. Which cultivator who could reach the third-order origin returning realm was not a proud and arrogant person. Su Dingyang was even the sect master of a medium-sized sect, and had received extremely good cultivation since childhood, so he had no need to worry about resources. But now, compared with this young man, Su Dingyang felt inferior. He felt like his self-confidence had been dealt a heavy blow. Just as he was feeling uneasy though, a slight sound suddenly reached his ears. Su Dingyang's expression changed as he quickly turned to the source of the sound, his face turning pale in the next moment. The defensive artifact he had been protecting his body had finally reached its limit, and a small crack had appeared on its surface, while more cracks were rapidly forming. Friend, this Su is likely unable to escape this calamity. If it is convenient for this friend, please take some time to visit Scarlet Wave Star's Blue Feather Sect, and inform the Blue Feather Sect's Elder Council that this Su has fallen here. Everything in this Su's space ring can be used as a thank you gift. Many thanks, friend, Su Dingyang shouted anxiously. Hearing his shouts, Yang Kai broke free from his deep contemplation and opened his eyes to look at him. Just in time to see the water curtain around Su Dingyang's body turn to dust. Su Dingyang's little remaining Saint Qi erupted at this moment, and he rushed out with all his strength. Although he had already warned Yang Kai, Su Dingyang obviously did not want to sit still and wait for death. He wanted to fight one last time. The light on his body alternated between bright and dark as his expression became ferocious, and a roar like that of an angry beast emerged from his throat. With a sizzling sound, the invisible force of his territory attacked him from all directions. After taking less than 3 steps, Su Dingyang's body suddenly shook, and he came to a halt, his face turning red as drops of blood seeped out of his pores. Pung. With a loud bang, Su Dingyang's entire body burst apart, his flesh and blood splashing out, leaving behind nothing but bones. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face. A third-order origin returning realm master, dying so tragically in front of him made Yang Kai deeply realize the terror of his territory, and at the same time, he couldn't help feeling an inexplicable sense of sadness. But soon, Yang Kai dispelled these distracting thoughts, and continued to close his eyes, walking towards the center step by step. He and Su Dingyang were complete strangers, so naturally, he wouldn't feel any emotional fluctuations over his death. Even if he killed Su Dingyang's territory vortex, he wouldn't necessarily repeat the same mistake. Yang Kai was confident. His Shi was still shuttling back and forth in the surrounding space, as Yang Kai comprehended this mysterious force and absorbed it, turning it into his own nutrients for his own growth. The murderous aura coming from the void did not stop Yang Kai's pace of exploration, so he continued to move forward step by step. Without using any defensive artifacts and only circulating the minimum amount of Saint Qi to protect his body, Yang Kai approached the vortex in his territory and used his Shi to resist it, allowing him to experience the wonders of his territory. Yang Kai gained something and gradually immersed himself in it. The benefits of having a powerful physique were once again demonstrated. Perhaps no origin returning realm master would dare to do this. They could only use their Shi to resist the territory vortex in order to gain benefits and continue to grow. This indirect method was far inferior to Yang Kai's overbearing method. Yang Kai not only used his Shi, but also his physical body. The benefits he obtained were far greater than any origin returning realm master. Time passed by, and at a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, his body shook, and his shirt suddenly expanded outwards. The vortex in his territory, which made it difficult for him to even move forward, was no longer obstructed, and Yang Kai strode forward directly to the center of the vortex. This was the most terrifying vortex in his territory, where Su Dingyang had died. There were still remnants of Su Dingyang's body on the ground, and the smell of blood filled the air, making anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Yang Kai stood there silently, gradually restraining his shirt, and allowing the surrounding territory vortex to press down on him. The terrifying power caused Yang Kai's bones to creak, as if they were about to be dislocated. The power of the vortex in his territory seemed to want to crush him into dust. A five-colored light appeared as the five elements' indestructible sword qi filled every inch of Yang Kai's muscles, causing his physical strength to soar, allowing him to compete with the vortex in his territory. Yang Kai's face flushed red as his blood boiled, as if he would explode and die at any moment. However, his gains began to increase, and he began to gain more. He began to comprehend the mysteries of his territory, and his understanding of Shi also began to deepen. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied with this though, and after confirming that his life was not in danger, he fell into a deeper state of enlightenment and enjoyed it. Yang Kai vaguely felt that this blood prison trial would allow him to gain unimaginable growth. Chapter 1592. Originally, Yang Kai was not very interested in this blood prison trial. After all, this place was specially prepared for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and although he could fight those above his realm, and was not afraid of any cultivator below the origin king realm, his cultivation was not high enough, so he thought he would not gain much from the blood prison. So he left Qian Tong and the others behind, and went to Tong Xian realm, to find his family and friends. But since Shanqing Luo told him that there was a territory stone in the blood prison, Yang Kai's interest was piqued. Now that he was here in person, Yang Kai fully understood that even without a territory stone, he could obtain unimaginable benefits from this territory vortex that filled the blood prison. As long as one had enough strength, any origin returning realm cultivator could use this territory vortex to condense their Shi and advance to the grand accomplishment stage. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. That being said, there were only a few who could truly achieve this. Yang Kai was one of them. At the same time, 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, there was a tall mountain with a stone pavilion at its summit. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 cultivators sitting inside this stone pavilion. There were old and young cultivators, men and women, but all of them, without exception, were origin kings. Anyone who saw such a terrifying lineup would be horrified to the core. This was definitely a terrifying force. These masters sat in various positions in the stone pavilion, either resting with their eyes closed, chatting in pairs, discussing the heavenly way and martial Tao, or simply watching with cold eyes. This was a gathering of the top masters from all the cultivation stars in Tong Xian realm territory. They had rushed here on the day the blood prison trial opened, not to watch the show, but to scout for talents. They were waiting for the day when the cultivator who entered the blood prison would emerge. Being able to walk out of the blood prison safely meant that this cultivator had great potential. Even if they could not break through to the origin king realm in the future, they would still be a top master in the origin returning realm. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had sent masters here. Purple Star had sent masters here. And Sword Union had also sent people here. It could be said that the 7 or 8 origin kings here represented the peak great forces of the entire star territory. Every time the blood prison trial opened, they would come to Green Mountain Star in order to find talents they favored and bring back to their forces to cultivate. Of course, there were also people who came for the territory stones produced by the blood prison. They already had origin king realm cultivations, so they did not need territory stones. However, they also had nephews and juniors who needed them. Every piece of territory stone, brought out of the blood prison, could be bought at a high price. Among these 7 or 8 origin kings, A man wearing golden robes and a purple gold crown was the most conspicuous. When the other experts looked at him, there was a hint of solemnity in their eyes. This man didn't look very old. He seemed to be in his 30s. His sword-like eyebrows were slanted to his temples, and his expression was dignified without being angry. It was as if he was born to be in a high position, making people revere him. At this moment, the man was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and let out a soft sound of surprise, as if he was very surprised. All the surrounding Origin King realm masters turned their gazes towards him. An old woman frowned thoughtfully before looking at him with a chuckle and asking, "Master Luo Hai, did you find something interesting? If it's convenient, can you tell us more about it? You should know that on Green Mountain Star, only you, as the Star Master, can sense some of the movements inside the blood prison." Someone nodded and echoed, "Yes, Brother Luo Hai. Although we are very close to the blood prison, you know what kind of place it is. Our divine senses can't penetrate it at all, so what's the situation inside?" The man named Luo Hai smiled, stood up, and said unhurriedly, "This king did find something interesting. However, it's not a big deal, so there's no need to make such a fuss." And during this blood prison trial, a little second-order origin returning realm cultivator entered. "Oh, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator?" The old woman looked surprised. Everyone else also showed surprise. It's not that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator has never entered the blood prison before, but it's quite rare, and most of those people's fates don't end well. Generally speaking, after 1 or 2 days in there, they're all little brats who think too highly of themselves and fail to see. I'm afraid this person is no exception. The old woman slowly shook her head, a look of disdain appearing on her face. Such a little brat won't settle down unless he suffers a loss. The blood prison has always only been accessible to third-order origin, returning realm cultivator. Although there are no clear rules or restrictions, this is the result of tens of thousands of years of experience. Brother Luo Hai, what is the situation of that little brat now? For you to be so interested in him, did he show some kind of extraordinary performance? A beautiful woman looked at Luo Hai with a smile. This beautiful woman had picturesque features and a powerful first-order origin king cultivation. But when facing Luo Hai, she had to be cautious. This was not just because Luo Hai's cultivation was higher than hers, but also because this was Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai's territory. No one would be stupid enough to oppose the Star Master of a cultivation star. To put it bluntly, even if a top third-order origin king cultivator came here, they would not necessarily be able to kill Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star. Here Luo Hai was the master. When Luo Hai broke through to the third-order origin king realm, any master who came to Green Mountain Star would have to act according to his mood, and Luo Hai, who had refined the star's source, definitely had the potential to do so. Therefore, the origin king realm masters who came here, while being wary of Luo Hai, all spoke with a flattering tone. "There's nothing extraordinary about his performance." Luo Hai smiled faintly. "It's just that this king hasn't seen such an interesting little brat for a long time, and was a little curious. And he seems to have rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain Star. But this king is unable to investigate the specific situation. After all, that is the blood prison. Even if this king is the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, his divine sense is greatly restricted there. He rushed into a whirlpool within the territory of Green Mountain Star." The old woman sighed slightly. "It looks like he's dead. There are always some people in this world who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This kind of person should be taught a lesson. Forget it. There's no need to pay attention to him. He won't be able to live much longer. Let's wait a few days and see if there are any good seedlings who come out alive. And it happens once every 1,000 years. Didn't we all come to Green Mountain Star for that day?" Hearing this, Luo Hai smiled and said, "Everyone, this king knows your purpose for coming here. But please allow this king to remind you that if you see any good seedlings, do not force them. Everything is up to their own free will. As the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, this king has an obligation and responsibility to protect these little ones, and ensure they receive fair treatment. Brother Luo Hai is too polite. After so many years, when have we ever forced anyone? Of course it's all up to them. The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. I don't want them. This old master came here just to buy territory stones. Haha, those little guys can go grab them themselves. A white-haired old man chuckled meaningfully before saying with some unwillingness, if it weren't for Brother Luo Hai forbidding me, this old master would have personally gone to the blood prison to look for territory stones. Brother Zhou is mistaken. Luo Hai shook his head. It's not that this king forbids you. It's just that this blood prison has a barrier placed down by the previous Star Master of Green Mountain Star before his death, preventing any origin king from entering. Even though this king has become the new Star Master of Green Mountain Star, he cannot remove this barrier. Perhaps in a few thousand years, when this king's strength breaks through to the Third Order Origin King realm, he will be able to ignore this barrier. The previous Star Master placed a barrier? Everyone was shocked, as if they had never heard of such a thing before. This king has never publicized this matter, but it is a fact. Otherwise, why do you think no one left the blood prison after the Great War 10,000 years ago? Is it the restriction of that layer of restriction? Someone revealed a thoughtful expression. That barrier was placed using the source strength of Green Mountain Star. And not only did it prevent origin kings from entering, it also prevented them from leaving. Luo Hai gently nodded. No wonder more than 20 masters with similar cultivation to us didn't come out alive. So it was for this reason. The man who asked suddenly realized. There were many doubts about the Great War 10,000 years ago, but the biggest one was that no one survived. Even if that battle was unprecedented, and there were a huge number of origin kings involved, it was reasonable to say that it was impossible for all of them to be wiped out. At the very least, there should have been a few survivors. But in fact, the history books recorded that no one had survived. Now, after listening to Luo Hai's explanation, everyone understood. Green Mountain Star source strength had been used to place this barrier, and without the Star Master lifting it, the other origin kings were indeed unable to leave. The final result may have been that the previous Star Master was heavily outnumbered and dragged his enemies down with him. After learning the truth about the birth of the blood prison, everyone fell silent for a while. The sun set and the moon rose, and 3 days passed in a flash. Luo Hai suddenly let out a soft cry as his face filled with surprise. Master Luo Hai, what interesting thing did you find? The old woman frowned and asked. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Luo Hai raised his brow, his face filled with surprise as he quickly said, that little guy actually walked out of the vortex in his territory. What? The old woman was shocked. Brother Luo Hai, are you talking about that little second-order origin returning realm brat? The beautiful woman was also shocked. This is really interesting. How did he survive? Luo Hai asked suspiciously. Even though he was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, he could not explore the situation inside the blood prison clearly. So he was very surprised that Yang Kai was able to survive. Could it be that the vortex in his territory was very weak? Someone speculated. There are countless vortexes in the blood prison, some of them not even worth mentioning. What he encountered should have been one of those vortexes, right? Impossible. Before him, a third-order origin returning realm master died in that vortex in his territory. So this vortex was definitely not weak. Luo Hai slowly shook his head, denying the man's guess. Chapter 1593. When they learned that a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was actually able to walk out of the vortex in their territory safely, the Origin King realm masters in the stone pavilion suddenly burst into an uproar. They instantly saw the unimaginable potential of this origin returning realm cultivator. Haha, this old woman has reserved this little guy for Sword Union, the old woman chuckled. If he can walk out of the blood prison alive, this old woman will immediately take him back to Sword Union's home star and vigorously cultivate him. Senior Sister Lei, have you not woken up yet? A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar sneered. You've reserved him with just a few words. Shouldn't you ask your friends here first? My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to give up such a good seedling. My purple star also wants him, the beautiful woman interjected. This old woman doesn't care. If he can really come out alive, this old woman only wants him, the rest is up to you, the old woman said firmly, taking advantage of her seniority. Senior Sister Lei, you can't decide on this matter. Not to mention where he came from, or whether he has a great backer behind him. Even if he doesn't, Senior Sister Lei, are you sure he will follow you? Perhaps he is more optimistic about our Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. After all, in Star Territory, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is more famous than Sword Union. The middle-aged man was not to be outdone and sneered. In terms of fame, our three forces aren't much different, right? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly, a look of disagreement on her face. Maybe he will like Purple Star more. Oldo coldly snorted and said with an unkind expression, You too, do you really want to compete with this old woman for this little guy? It's not that we want to compete with you, Senior Sister Lei. You're being too presumptuous. The middle-aged man slowly shook his head. Enough. Stop arguing. Luo Hai frowned and interrupted the quarrel between the three. Whether that little guy can come out alive or not is still unknown. So what are you three arguing about? Maybe he was just lucky this time. And that's why he was able to escape the domain whirlpool. Maybe he won't be able to hold on until the end. If he really dies in there, and you guys are making a ruckus here, won't others see you as a joke? Hearing Luo Hai's words, the three of them were still a little hesitant. Hearing this, they all nodded. The old woman said, Master Luo Hai, then I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to this little fellow's movements. If he really dies in there, please inform us, so that we don't have any expectations. This king will do his best, Luo Hai gently nodded. Many thanks, Master Luo Hai. The old woman quickly thanked him. The stone pavilion regained its tranquility. Within the blood prison, Yang Kai picked up the space ring on the ground. His own power shrouded his body. He quickly walked forward. The terrifying whirlpool in the territory couldn't stop him at all. He swept through everything like a hot knife through butter. Yang Kai easily left the area enveloped by the whirlpool within the territory. After a few days of confrontation and comprehension, Yang Kai felt that his Shi had clearly grown. His understanding and control of Shi had also deepened. This was a reward that could not be obtained through meditation. The blood prison is really a good place. Standing in place, Yang Kai swept Su Dingyang's space ring with his divine sense before silently putting it away. There was nothing good in Su Dingyang's space ring that made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Although Su Dingyang's wealth was astonishing compared to that of an origin-returning realm master, Yang Kai's vision was very high and naturally wouldn't be moved by his wealth. As for Su Dingyang's request before his death, Yang Kai didn't care. He and Yang Kai had met by chance, and had no friendship, nor had he ever agreed to his request. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't go to Scarlet Wave Star to inform Blue Feather Sect for a stranger. If fate wills it, we'll talk about it later. Looking up and identifying the direction, Yang Kai walked forward. The blood prison was different from the places Yang Kai had gone to in the past. Whether it was the Lu Yen Desert on Shadowed Star, or the Emperor Garden in the Great Emperor's courtyards, the space inside was extremely wide, and there were many restrictions. So even if many people entered, they rarely had the opportunity to meet. But the blood prison was different. Although the blood prison covered a very large area, because it had existed for tens of thousands of years, and was famous enough to attract countless third-order origin returning realm masters from all over the Star Territory, Yang Kai often encountered strangers along the way. Most people didn't like looking for trouble, so when they noticed the aura of strangers, they would take the initiative to avoid conflict. However, when they noticed that Yang Kai was only a second-order origin-returning realm cultivator, they all showed looks of shock before quickly turning to despise him, casting sympathetic looks towards Yang Kai's position, as if he would immediately die. Yang Kai naturally didn't pay attention to them. He had encountered several life-or-death battles between cultivators. The great forces in the Star Territory weren't harmonious either. Many of them had their own conflicts and grievances. So now that they met in the blood prison, it was natural for them to start fighting. Yang Kai didn't get involved in any of this, and instead just searched for the vortexes in his territory, hoping to obtain greater benefits from them and improve his comprehension of Sure. His cautiousness brought him peace. Since entering the blood prison half a month ago, Yang Kai hadn't had any conflicts with anyone. He had encountered 3 powerful vortexes in his territory, risking his life to enter them, and in the end, emerged safely from each of them with great gains. Yang Kai sure was growing at a terrifying speed, having already surpassed the minor accomplishment realm, and was moving towards the grand accomplishment realm. However, to his disappointment, he couldn't find the specialty of the blood prison, the territory stone. The birth of the territory stone was inseparable from the existence of a territory. The remnant power of a territory that had existed in the blood prison for countless years had been absorbed by some peculiar jade in the blood prison, and after countless years of evolution, it had formed the special territory stone. Therefore, the territory stone generally existed in the vortexes in a territory, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they had to break into a territory vortex. Therefore, where there was a territory stone, there must be a territory vortex. Yang Kai felt that his luck wasn't very good. On this day, while he was searching for a territory vortex, he suddenly heard a piercing sound coming from afar. Yang Kai frowned, and immediately knew that he had encountered a fight again. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to avoid it, but when he swept his divine sense in that direction, he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and paused in place, staring in that direction suspiciously. He noticed that the life aura over there was somewhat familiar. The cultivator who was rushing over obviously noticed the existence of Yang Kai, and immediately increased its speed a lot, rushing straight towards him. After a short while, a rainbow light appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the rainbow light flew in front of Yang Kai, revealing a graceful but embarrassed figure. "It's you!" Yang Kai frowned and showed a look of surprise. She was actually Shue's son from Furious Crab territory, who had set off from Monster Star with him. At this moment, her aura was chaotic, and there seemed to be some injuries on her body. Her green dress was dyed red, and it was unknown whether it was her own blood or the enemy's. After landing in front of Yang Kai, she gasped for breath, her full breasts heaving up and down exaggeratedly, as she looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. She didn't seem to expect that the one standing here was actually a human she had only met once. She just felt that the aura here was a little familiar, and wanted to ask for help. "You look embarrassed, are you injured?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. "Don't make sarcastic remarks, I'm being chased," Shue's son replied coldly, her attitude not very enthusiastic. "Help me." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked behind her, where 2 figures were rushing over with murderous intent. "Why? It's none of my business." Yang Kai frowned. If he had known it was Shue's son who was coming, he would have fled long ago. A trace of helplessness flashed across Shue's son's beautiful eyes as she bit her red lips and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I have a good relationship with little sister Qing Luo." "That's none of my business," Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Did she think he would help her just because she mentioned Shan Qing Luo? Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, "You're mistaken. I'm just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You'd better run away quickly. Those 2 will catch up soon. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it'll be too late." "A second-order cultivator, like you can't be taken lightly. I know what you did in the palace. You defeated Shuel Yen. You're not weaker than us." Shue's son was obviously unwilling to give up on the reinforcements in front of her. Yang Kai still shook his head. "Girl, your current situation isn't so serious. With your strength, even if you can't beat those 2, running away shouldn't be a problem. Why must you drag me down with you?" It was precisely because he saw this point that he didn't want to intervene. Shue's son's insistence made him feel somewhat repulsed, as if he was being used. "Of course, running away isn't a problem," Shue's son replied proudly. The Snow Falcon proudly replied, "But have you ever thought about this? I am a monster race. If I brazenly flee in the blood prison like this, once other human race experts notice me, won't they chase me down and intercept me?" Running away will only make my situation worse. That's true. Yang Kai was stunned, not having considered this point. Help me kill one of them, I'll take care of the other myself. Shui Sun stared straight at Yang Kai and quickly said, I'll owe you a favor. A favor is fine, but what kind of tangible benefits do you have? Yang Kai asked casually, looking her up and down, his eyes pausing on her full breasts for a moment. A trace of disgust immediately flashed across Shui Sun's beautiful eyes as she leaned over and asked lightly, What benefits do you want? It's not what I want, it's what you have. Yang Kai raised his brow. Shui Sun's brow furrowed as a trace of hesitation flashed across her pretty face. Seeing the two pursuers getting closer and closer, she grit her teeth and said, I found a territory stone but didn't have time to take it. I can take you there. A territory stone? Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded. Deal. Seeing this greedy look on his face, the disgust in Shui Sun's eyes became even stronger. She really couldn't understand why such a proud and arrogant girl like Shan Qing Luo would have such a soft spot for such a man. After going back this time, it seemed she would have to persuade her sister Qing Luo to interact less with such a man, lest he hinder her future. Chapter 1594. Just as Shui Sun's thoughts were running wild, the two people chasing her suddenly landed a few dozen meters in front of her. One was a man and one was a woman. The man had fair skin and oily hair, but the powerful aura radiating from him was not to be underestimated. The woman was dressed coquettishly, wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes that exposed her snow-white thighs and arms, attracting the eyes of the man. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with lust, giving her a seductive appearance. Landing on the ground, the woman glanced at Yang Kai and her beautiful eyes lit up, showing a look of interest as she giggled and said to the man next to her, Brother, this guy's figure is very good. Does junior sister like him? The man didn't seem to care at all, and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest before nodding. His figure is really good, he's really your type. Saying so in front of Yang Kai and Shui Sun, he pinched the seductive woman's buttocks and grinned wickedly. Junior sister, are you tempted? Brother. The woman hesitated for a moment before her pretty face became flushed. Junior sister and the other men are just playing around. With you, junior sister is truly in love. Brother knows. The man grinned meaningfully. Yang Kai and Shui Sun were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Although Shui Sun was from the monster race and had inherited some of their bold and unrestrained nature, she really couldn't stand such a scene, and the lewd atmosphere exuding from the words of this man and woman made her want to vomit. He's not a good thing. Yang Kai glanced at Shui Sun and frowned. Is this guy chasing after you because of your beauty? Shui Sun heard this. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, she ground her teeth and said, Enough with your sarcasm. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Seeing them acting so fearless and indifferent, the man and woman chasing them were a little surprised. The man took a serious look at Yang Kai and couldn't help sneering. A second-order origin returning realm boy actually dares to come to the blood prison? This is quite interesting, junior sister. This guy's courage is quite big. I like bold men. The seductive woman stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips, a look of interest on Yang Kai's face. The expression on her face became more and more amorous. As she swayed her waist, her curves were even more captivating. Good. Then this man is yours. The man nodded, pointing to Shui Sun. This dragon lady is mine. Senior brother has lived for so many years. He had never played with such a high-level demon before. And I'm sure I'll enjoy myself. Demoness, did you come all the way here hoping that this guy would save your life? I advise you to surrender obediently without a fight. As long as you cooperate, I won't make things too difficult for you. Instead, I'll make you happy. What do you think? He asked casually, as if he was certain Shui Sun and Yang Kai would win. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Shui Sun coldly snorted and shouted, I'll leave this woman to you, this man is mine. Can we exchange? I don't like to kill women. Yang Kai looked at her, but before he could finish his words, Shui Sun had already rushed out, her monster chi surging fiercely and enveloping the man in a gust of wind. In an instant, Shui Sun and the man exchanged blows, leaving Yang Kai and the seductive woman staring at each other. "Little brother, did you just say you wanted to kill me?" The seductive woman didn't seem to be worried about her brother, and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai grinned. "How could I be willing to kill a woman like you?" The woman was startled for a moment before giggling, looking at Yang Kai charmingly and saying, "Since you're unwilling, how about we find a place to talk? Little brother looks so young. Elder sister can't bear to embarrass you." Her breath smelled like orchids, and a sweet scent suddenly filled the air, lingering at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. This sweet scent was like an invisible hand, teasing the depths of Yang Kai's heart, causing his blood to boil and his heartbeat to accelerate. As she spoke, she stretched out a jade-white hand and stroked Yang Kai's cheek, her eyes soft and gentle, her movements gentle, as if she could make all men in the world let down their guard and let her do as she pleased. "Okay." Yang Kai smiled brightly, not waiting for her jade-like hand to touch him. His eyes suddenly filled with a cold light as he reached out to grab her wrist. Caught off guard, the woman's wrist was caught by Yang Kai. The seductive woman's beautiful face changed slightly, and she couldn't help crying out, staring at Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression. "Little brother, you're hurting me." Saying so, her white arm shook slightly. Her white arm shook like a snake, as if it was boneless, trying to break free from Kai Yang's control. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he grabbed her wrist and dragged her towards him. Realizing that she couldn't resist such a violent force, the woman's face finally changed, and her other hand, which was not under her control, suddenly took out a few thin needles and threw them into Yang Kai's arms, mercilessly stabbing towards Yang Kai's waist and abdomen. Yang Kai and the woman's skin were pressed together, and the woman's breathing suddenly became heavy as her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Gently blowing towards Yang Kai, she giggled and said, "This 7 emotions and 6 desires needle is elder sister's exclusive artifact. Little brother, if you're obedient, elder sister will definitely satisfy you." "This is called the 7 emotions and 6 desires needle?" Yang Kai grinned. "It's not very good. It can't arouse anyone's interest at all." The charming woman's smile immediately stiffened on her face as she looked down, and was surprised to find that on Yang Kai's waist and abdomen, at some unknown point, a layer of purple fluorescent light had appeared. Her artifact was actually blocked by this layer of purple fluorescent light, unable to pierce through at all. Immediately shouting, the woman's figure flickered as she pushed her Saint Chi and sent a palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his fist burning with black demonic flames as he punched towards the woman's jade palm. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The two Saint Chis collided, and the woman's jade palm was unable to resist Yang Kai's violent power, and was directly knocked back, her hand landing on her towering chest, the sound of bones breaking resounding from her chest. With a scream, the woman's tender body flew high into the air like a broken kite. The black demonic flames burned the clothes on her chest, revealing her seductive white skin. But this seductive beauty that men were infatuated with was quickly scorched black. Crimson blood dripped down her chest and flowed down her thighs, forming a stark contrast with her white skin, giving off a seductive sense of beauty. The woman staggered as she desperately pushed her Saint Chi, finally managing to stabilize her body. Standing midair, she looked down at her chest, and her face immediately twisted as she glared at Yang Kai viciously and screamed, "I'll kill you." Yang Kai's expression became cold as a golden light flashed in front of him, and 2 golden blood threads appeared. With a single thought, the 2 golden blood threads immediately transformed into arrows and shot towards the woman without mercy. The woman was shocked. She had never expected that this second-order origin returning realm man would be so powerful. She had thought that she could easily deal with him, that he would definitely prostrate himself before her, and allow her to do as she pleased. It wasn't until this moment that she realized how wrong she had been. This second-order man was no worse than any third-order master. In fact, he might even be stronger. As the 2 golden lights closed in on her, the woman didn't dare to neglect, and with a shake of her tender body, a light blue artifact armor immediately appeared and wrapped around her tender body. At the same time, She waved her hand and sent out a series of needle-shaped artifacts that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. With a series of clanging sounds, the 2 golden blood threads were stopped midair. But before the woman could breathe a sigh of relief, the 2 golden blood threads twisted and transformed into 2 huge golden and red monster beasts with wings on their backs. Thunderflame flying lizards. The woman's expression was dull, as she was completely unable to comprehend the mysteries of this secret technique. The 2 huge thunderflame flying lizards rushed towards her from both sides, opening their bloody mouths, as if they were trying to swallow her whole. The woman's expression was one of panic as her beautiful eyes filled with panic, and her tender body couldn't help trembling. Before she could use any kind of secret technique, the huge claws of the thunder flame flying lizards had already arrived in front of her. With a muffled bang, the woman was immediately sent flying as the other thunder flame flying lizard bit down on her. The light blue artifact armor flickered as it resisted the terrifying bite of the thunder flame flying lizards. Yang Kai flew up, and under the woman's desperate gaze, a short arrow-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Feather Spirit Arrow. After being fully charged, this strange artifact could be used twice. Its lethality was so great that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not ignore it. With a slight flick of his wrist, Yang Kai fired an energy arrow towards the woman. The aura of death rushed towards her as the woman cried out in alarm. "Brother, save me!" The cry for help came to an abrupt end. The Feather Spirit Arrow had directly destroyed the defensive armor on her body, shattering it into pieces. Without the protection of the armor, the thunder flame flying lizard had bitten the woman in 2. Her physique was not fragile, but it was still unable to resist the thunder flame flying lizards. Her body fell from the sky as the smell of blood filled the air. The 2 thunder flame flying lizards twisted again and transformed back into golden blood threads before flying back into Yang Kai's body. Standing in place, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before showing a satisfied look. Last time in Shimmering Moon City, Yang Kai had killed Meteon's 2 chariot monster beast and used his golden blood threads to absorb the blood essence of the thunder flame flying lizards and refine them into blood beasts. This was the first time he had used them in battle. The power was truly extraordinary. What was most commendable was that once they were refined into blood beasts, there was no need for Yang Kai to control them, as they had the ability to fight on their own. This made Yang Kai very satisfied. Turning his gaze to the other battlefield, Yang Kai watched for a while before relaxing. The arrogant man from before seemed to be no match for Shui Sun at all, as the demonic qi on the other side completely suppressed his aura, allowing Shui Sun to occupy the absolute upper hand. Chapter 1595. It wasn't that the man's strength was inferior to Shui Sun's, but in a one-on-one fight, the 2 were actually on par. Even if Shui Sun was stronger, she wouldn't be able to kill her opponent on her own. However, Yang Kai's lightning-fast battle had greatly shocked the man. The seductive woman's screams and cries for help before she died had disturbed his concentration, making it impossible for him to face the enemy with his full strength. What's more, Yang Kai was still standing not far away, glaring at him, causing the man to become more and more uneasy. He couldn't understand how his junior sister had died in just a few breaths of time. He was well aware of his junior sister's strength, which was similar to his own. So how could she have died at the hands of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator in such a short time? He was completely shocked and had no idea what had happened between his junior sister and this young man. The fear of the unknown made him lose his ability to fight. So how could he display his full strength? Shui Sun naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, and vented all her anger from being chased all the way here. Using all kinds of artifacts and secret techniques, unique to the monster race to the fullest. The man was completely suppressed, and the battle became one-sided. Obviously, he didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, to cast a powerful secret technique, blocking the snow falcon for a moment. Then, his figure turned into an afterimage and suddenly disappeared. He decided to retreat, not daring to continue entangling with Shui Sunday. Before leaving though, He glanced over at Yang Kai and found that this unfathomable young man was just standing in place, seemingly having no intention of stopping him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he had escaped death, the space around him suddenly became viscous. His figure came to a halt involuntarily as his eyes shrank, and he shouted in horror. Sure. He was also a third-order origin returning realm master, so he naturally knew the mysteries and effects of Sure. So he stepped into this viscous space. He knew he had fallen into a powerful Sure. The power of this Sure was much thicker than his own, so powerful that it made him tremble. Moreover, this Sure seemed to be mixed with some other strange force. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly released his own force to resist it, but it was only able to recover a little of his freedom. It was impossible to escape from this situation in a short period of time. A silhouette entered his eyes. He raised his head and exclaimed, "How could you be here?" At this moment, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who was supposed to be watching the battle from afar, was actually standing not far from him. However, he didn't notice the other party's movements at all. "Why can't I be here?" Yang Kai grinned and gradually increased the power of his Sure. The man who fell into it was immediately drenched in sweat, and it was difficult for him to move. Chi-chi soft sounds came from all directions. The man looked around and found that the space around him seemed to be collapsing. Strange, pitch-black cracks the size of a cow's hair appeared one after another. Disappear. His liver and gall were torn apart. He never knew that someone's potential could cause such an unimaginable effect on space. At this moment, he finally understood that it was not an accident that his junior sister died so quickly. This second-order origin returning realm young man was his most terrifying enemy. Without giving the man a chance to resist, Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a dozen pitch-black space blades one after another. These space blades easily shattered the man's Saint Chi and defensive artifact before cutting his body into several pieces and banishing most of his flesh and blood into the void. The man fell to the ground with a loud bang. His body scattered across the ground. Shui Sun's beautiful eyes trembled as she watched all this, her tender body shivering slightly. Although she also knew that Yang Kai killing this man was a bit of a sneak attack, there was no doubt about his strength. No wonder Shui Lian was taught a lesson, and no wonder Mi Tian was so wary of him. There was a reason for all of this. Judging from his performance just now, when he dealt with Mi Tian and Shui Lian, he should not have used his full strength, otherwise, how could those two still be alive? Shui Sun had always thought so. In the origin returning realm, Shui Lian and Mi Tian were already strong enough, and both of them were existences she admired greatly. But today, she realized she had been a frog in a well. An origin returning realm master could be even stronger. The arrogance and disdain in her eyes quickly converged as she began to re-examine Yang Kai. Perhaps, little sister Qing Luo's choice was not wrong. She thought so in her heart. Yang Kai looked towards her, but Shui Sun hurriedly looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. She did not know why she was doing this, but deep down, there was a trace of fear towards this young man. He could easily kill the two people who chased after him in a very short period of time, so he could also kill her without any effort. Shui Sun's figure flickered as she picked up the space rings of the two dead men, walked over to Yang Kai, and handed them to him. "Thank you." Yang Kai chuckled lightly and did not refuse, putting away the two space rings without even looking at them. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Where is the domain stone you mentioned?" "I'll take you there." Shui Sun volunteered, using her movement skill to fly off in a certain direction. "How are your injuries?" Yang Kai followed behind her and asked casually. "Minor injuries, nothing serious," Shui Sun replied faintly. Yang Kai did not say anything else, and simply followed her through the blood prison. The place where Shui Sun found the territory stone was not too far from the previous location, and would only take about an hour to arrive. "There's one thing I have to tell you." Halfway there, Shui Sun's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she had a guilty conscience. "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "In fact, the two people you killed had companions." Shui Sun turned to look at Yang Kai. "Where?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Near the territory stone." Shui Sun became even more uneasy as she gritted her teeth and told the truth. I found a few territory stones earlier and wanted to go in and take them, but I ran into those guys. There were 5 of them in total, and they seemed to be from the same cultivation star. 2 of them chased after me while the other 3 stayed behind. I don't know if they have succeeded or not, but if they have, that's good. We can just snatch them. Yang Kai grinned. Shui Sun frowned slightly as she looked at him seriously. Aren't you angry? I didn't tell you the truth before I lied to you. A little. Yang Kai gently nodded. Shui Sun's expression changed slightly. But it doesn't matter to me, so I won't bother arguing about it. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Continue leading the way. Good. Shui Sun breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling relieved. After a while, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of joy as he asked. It's up ahead, right? I can feel the fluctuations of the territory field. Shui Sun nodded and sped up a lot. Soon, Yang Kai and Shui Sun arrived in front of a territory whirlpool. This territory whirlpool covered an area of about 2,000 meters in radius and gave off terrifying energy fluctuations. At the center of the territory whirlpool were several fist-sized stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Territory stones. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the territory stones with scorching eyes. This was the first time he had seen a territory stone, so he was naturally curious, but because of the territory whirlpool, he could not release his divine sense to investigate carefully, so he did not know how many territory stones there were. However, it was undeniable that any territory stone was extremely valuable. If taken out, one could exchange for many precious cultivation resources, or absorb the power of a territory stone to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. Within this 2,000-meter radius, there were 3 people, each occupying a different position, sitting cross-legged. Judging from their postures, they seemed to be comprehending the mysteries of the territory whirlpool and preparing to rush in and take away the territory stones. The great value of a territory stone was not only due to the mysteries of the territory it contained, but also because of the risks involved in obtaining it. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was, and this was vividly reflected in the territory stones. Territory stones were only born in the territory whirlpool, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they must first comprehend the mysteries of the territory whirlpool in order to reach its depths and safely take away a territory stone. Countless third-order origin returning realm masters had fallen in the territory whirlpool, and their lives and blood endowed the territory stones with supreme value. In order to obtain a territory stone, some people may have to give up their lives. However, the territory whirlpool in front of him actually produced several territory stones, which naturally attracted Yang Kai's interest. Yang Kai just casually glanced at the 3 strangers who had already entered the territory whirlpool and no longer paid them any attention. The territory whirlpool in front of him gave him a feeling that it was neither strong nor weak, only slightly weaker than the one that had strangled Su Dingyang. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those 3 to remain inside safely. The arrival of Yang Kai and Shui Sun naturally alarmed the 3 people who were sitting cross-legged in meditation inside the territory whirlpool. These 3 opened their eyes and swept their gazes over Yang Kai and Shui Sunday. One of the white-haired old men couldn't help calling out in surprise. "Dragon Lady, how are you still alive?" Shui Sun coldly snorted. "Old dog, did I disappoint you by being alive? Where are Brother Li and Senior Sister?" Another one-eyed man with a ferocious expression frowned and asked coldly. Shui Sun sneered. "Since I came back alive, what do you think happened to them?" "Impossible." The one-eyed man's expression changed as he understood the meaning of Shui Sun's words, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. "That's right, Dragon Lady. You think you have the ability to kill Brother Li and his brother and sister? You overestimate yourself," the third man sneered, obviously thinking Shui Sun was talking nonsense. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Shui Sun didn't want to explain any further, simply grit her teeth and declared, "Those 2 are dead, it will be your turn next." The white-haired old man was startled, and then he burst into laughter. "Demon girl, you're so arrogant, and your tone is even bigger than the sky. Good. I'm currently in the domain vortex, and it's inconvenient for me to move. So, I'll let you make irresponsible remarks. If you really have the ability, then I'll have a good fight with you after I get out of here. Chapter 1596. Saying so, the white-haired old man turned to look at Yang Kai curiously and chuckled. Little brother, are you a human? Why are you fighting the dragon lady in such a sorry state? Sorry state? Yang Kai frowned. Old sir, aren't you exaggerating a bit? The old man shook his head. Humans are humans and demons are demons. Humans hunt demons, and demons hunt humans. The two races have always been at odds with each other. Now that you've attached yourself to a demoness, if this isn't a sorry state, what is? He subconsciously thought that Shui Sun, who had a stronger cultivation, had taken the lead, and that Yang Kai was following her orders. This old master wants to ask you, this dragon lady said that brother Li and sister have fallen. Is that true? The old man's expression suddenly became serious as he asked Yang Kai in a low voice. Yes, I saw them die with my own eyes. Yang Kai gently nodded. You were involved? The old man narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent filling them. Yes. Why? Seeing injustice on the road, I drew my sword to help. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. Hearing this, Shui Sun curled her lips slightly. Good, good, good. The old man nodded again and again, his tone extremely cold. Daring to admit what you did, young man. Your courage is not small. This old master will remember your face. Remember this, the blood prison will be your burial place. Yang Kai smiled brightly. Old sir, before you speak big words, you should consider whether you have enough weight. Be careful not to cut your tongue. The old man sneered. Whether I have enough weight or not, this old master is clear in his heart. This old master won't argue with you now. Let this old master take this territory stone first. Territory stone? Yang Kai raised his brow and said in an arrogant tone. The territory stone is mine. Don't even think about getting it. The old man was stunned. The other two were also stunned, but soon they all burst into laughter. The one-eyed man sneered. A brat who hasn't even grown out his hair wants to obtain the territory stone? You should quickly go back and cultivate for a few more years to improve your cultivation. Young people these days really don't know what they're talking about. Daring to come to the blood prison as a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You idiots, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm going to get the territory stone for sure. Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. He stepped into the whirlpool within his territory. Be careful. Shui Sun's expression changed. He hurriedly reminded him. She had experienced the terrifying power of this vortex before and knew very well how powerful it was. The white-haired old man and the other two also looked over in shock. They didn't expect Yang Kai to rush into the whirlpool in their territory. Was he looking for death? The old man couldn't help but sneer. There was a playful smile on his face. They were waiting for the show to begin. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely be killed by the vortex in his territory. But in the next moment, the old man's smile stiffened on his face. The whirlpool in his territory that he and his companions were so afraid of failed to stop Yang Kai in the slightest, as the arrogant young man strode forward. Step by step, Yang Kai walked inside, completely ignoring the whirlpool in his territory. The old man couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as his eyes glazed over, paying more and more attention to Yang Kai's movements. He could clearly see that Yang Kai's Shi was not inferior to his. In fact, it was much stronger. The invisible Shi was like a perfect armor, protecting Yang Kai from all sides, allowing him to walk inside unimpeded. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. The young man only walked 200 meters before his speed slowed down, and after another 10 meters, his figure came to a halt. Yang Kai closed his eyes and began perceiving the mysterious fluctuations around him, comprehending the mysteries of his territory. Seeing this scene, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Kai really walked to the center step by step without stopping to take the territory stone, he would probably vomit blood. Fortunately, although this kid was a little strange, he didn't really ignore the whirlpool in his territory. He also had to comprehend the mysteries in it, before he could walk to the deepest part. He still had a chance. The old man's eyes burst with light as he suddenly got up, ignoring the huge burden on his body, and moved forward a distance. Seeing this, the other two also didn't want to be outdone, and also moved forward a distance. The closer to the center of the whirlpool in the territory, the stronger the power, and the greater the pressure on the cultivator. If they couldn't resist, the final result would be to be killed by the territory. Therefore, when the cultivator was comprehending the mysteries in the whirlpool in the territory, they would generally act according to their ability and not be greedy. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Before Yang Kai's arrival, the old man and the other two were prepared to advance to the center step by step and slowly walk to the territory stone. They also had this confidence. However, Yang Kai's arrival and strange behavior made them feel the danger. They realized that if they didn't speed up, the territory stone would be handed over to someone else. The surrounding territory of the chaotic territory made it so that no one dared to make a move on others. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would cause a backlash, and they would be asking for trouble. If not for this, the old man and the other two would have joined forces to kill Yang Kai first. The battle now was about who could walk to the center of the whirlpool and take the territory stone first. With the treasure in front of them, no one would show weakness. Outside the whirlpool, Shui Sun's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Yang Kai's back. She was greatly shocked. This guy didn't stop at all, and directly walked to within 300 feet of the whirlpool in the territory. Every step Yang Kai took was like a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer that smashed into Shui Sun's heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. She was sent by Fierce Crab Tribal Lord to participate in the Blood Prison trial, which meant that she was the strongest origin returning realm master in Fierce Crab territory. The importance of Fierce Crab Tribal Lord, and the respect and admiration of those in the same realm, gave her the capital to be proud of herself. She had never taken other origin returning realm masters seriously, but today she finally put away her arrogant thoughts. Yang Kai's performance made her realize that she was still not good enough as an origin returning realm master. In this realm, there was still someone who looked down on her. Gritting her teeth, Shui Sun also pushed her sure and stepped into the whirlpool in the territory. As soon as she entered, Shui Sun's tender body trembled slightly. All around her, an invisible and terrifying pressure forced her monster chi to circulate madly, forcing her to resist it. She struggled to take a step forward, following Yang Kai's footsteps step by step. After less than 5 meters into the whirlpool, Shui Sun was unable to move. Looking up at Yang Kai, Shui Sun suddenly discovered that in this extremely short period of time, this guy had actually moved forward again. How did he do it? Shui Sun couldn't understand. After spending less than half a day with Yang Kai, her pride and self-confidence had been completely shattered. She found that she couldn't compare with this human at all. Shui Lian and Mi Tian were also no match. On Monster Star, all the tribal lord level masters present, their evaluation of Shui Lian and Mi Tian was extremely high. Believing that these two rookies were likely to break through to the Origin King realm and become tribal lord level existences. If Shui Lian and Mi Tian had a great chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm, then Shui Sun was certain Yang Kai could definitely break through to the Origin King realm, just based on his current excellent performance. This showed that his control over Sure had reached a level that made all origin returning realm masters feel inferior. He may have also comprehended the mysteries of the tribal territory. For the first time, Shui Sun felt awe towards another origin returning realm master. The figure in front of her was like an unattainable mountain. She could only look up to him. Impossible, this is impossible. The one-eyed man's shout reached everyone's ears as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai with trembling eyes. Watching him walk towards the center of the whirlpool step by step, as if he was walking on flat ground. Even if he paused occasionally, it wouldn't take long for him to take another step. The powerful tribal territory vortex seemed unable to stop him at all. The one-eyed man's eyes were blank and his face was dull, shocked by Yang Kai's actions. "Calm down," the white-haired old man suddenly shouted. "This little brat is indeed a bit strange, but we started earlier than him. He is still behind us in terms of distance, so we may have a chance. In any case, we can't let this little brat succeed." Hearing this, the one-eyed man seemed to recover, took a deep breath, and nodded heavily. "I understand." "Is that so?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned and glanced over at the white-haired old man. "Am I behind you in terms of distance? Take a look again, and calculate it carefully." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai, who had been standing in place for a long time, suddenly stepped forward lightly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, without any intention of stopping. Yang Kai continued forward with unstoppable momentum, approaching the center of the territory stones at an extremely fast speed. The old man was stunned, the one-eyed man was stunned, and the third person was also stunned. Shui-sun cried out in alarm, covering her red lips with her small hand as she stared in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai seemed to have suddenly understood something and wrapped himself in sure, repelling all the territory stones, allowing him to pass through without any hindrance. He easily arrived at the center of the tribal territory. The 3 old men looked panicked and were at a loss. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. If it were any other place, they would definitely go all out and join forces to stop Yang Kai. But inside the tribal territory vortex, they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Their faces became ashen and filled with resentment. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. At the center of the tribal territory vortex, Yang Kai's footsteps paused in midair, seemingly unable to take this last step. His brows furrowed as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. This boy is in trouble. The old man was overjoyed and secretly prayed that this boy would stop there, or be directly strangled by the tribal territory vortex. He clearly felt that there was some strange movement in the tribal territory vortex, as if most of its power was attracted to Yang Kai, and was exerting pressure on him, wanting to crush him into pieces. Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified, sweat oozing from his forehead and dripping down. The invisible tribal territory vortex was constantly destroying his body. The pressure on the old man and the others suddenly lightened, and after looking at each other for a moment, they rushed forward with red eyes. Chapter 1597. No one had expected such a situation, and no one had encountered such a situation before. They had not even heard of it before. The 5 of them were in the middle of the vortex in the same territory, but most of the power of the vortex in the territory was being drawn towards one person. It seemed that even the vortex in the territory had begun to target this person, preventing him from reaching the center of the vortex. With the pressure on the old man and the other 2 greatly reduced, they naturally saw a glimmer of hope and were unwilling to hand over the territory stone. The 3 of them approached the center of the vortex at an extremely fast speed, their expressions fierce as they glared at Yang Kai, murderous intent radiating from their bodies, obviously harboring malicious intent. Shui-sun's beautiful face changed slightly as she shouted a warning to Yang Kai before also rushing forward. "If you don't want to die, wait there." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Shui-sun's raised foot did not take a step forward in the end, as she stared at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression, her brow furrowed slightly, not understanding what Yang Kai was doing. However, she did not delve into it, and instead chose to believe in Yang Kai. Yang Kai's situation seemed to be very dangerous. The power of the huge territory he was drawing towards him was not something an origin returning realm master could withstand. It was already a miracle that he was still standing there. Shui-sun clearly felt that Yang Kai sure was being suppressed back into his body inch by inch, unable to compete with the strange power of the territory vortex. Shui-sun could not help feeling nervous, as she did not know what would happen to Yang Kai once his sure was completely suppressed. He would most likely die on the spot. If that really happened, Qing Luo would definitely be heartbroken. It was said that the 2 of them had a very good relationship. In front of her nervous gaze, Yang Kai sure collided with the power of the domain in the vortex, as if 2 armies were engaged in a fierce battle. But Yang Kai sure was constantly being defeated and suppressed. The sure field shrank little by little, and finally only covered Yang Kai's body. The fluctuations in the whirlpool in the territory became even more bizarre and violent. It was as if all the power was attracted by Yang Kai, and it launched a ferocious and cruel final attack on him. In an instant, his shire was destroyed, and he was completely submerged. Shui Sun couldn't help screaming, and turned her head away. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai explode and die. The expected sound of flesh and blood flying did not come. Shui Sun was bewildered, but in the next moment, she heard Yang Kai's laughter. In this desperate situation, he seemed extremely carefree. She turned her head abruptly and looked at Yang Kai again. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai, who was submerged in the territory field, was unharmed. How could this be? Shui Sun was stunned. She clearly didn't feel Yang Kai releasing any shire. He was in the center of the territory vortex without any precaution, but he was still safe and sound. There was a mysterious power lingering around Yang Kai, allowing him to merge with the territory vortex. If she didn't look with her eyes, Shui Sun felt that she definitely wouldn't be able to discover Yang Kai's existence. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the territory vortex, becoming a part of it. His footsteps paused in mid-air, and he suddenly descended to the center of the vortex. As his foot landed, the chaotic domain vortex that was stirred up by him returned to normal. The terrifying pressure that should have been there came from all directions again. Shui Sun couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as she struggled to resist. The old man and the other two were so lucky. When the pressure was greatly reduced, they madly rushed in, and in an instant, rushed in dozens of feet, and were only about 10 feet away from Yang Kai's position. Now that the pressure from the territory vortex had returned, how could they withstand it? The sudden pressure from the territory vortex horrified the trio, causing them to cry out in panic as they desperately pushed their Saint Chi and summoned all kinds of artifacts to protect themselves while attempting to retreat. This was not a place they could enter at all. If Yang Kai hadn't attracted most of the pressure from the territory vortex before, they wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Now that they wanted to return, it was undoubtedly too late. The mysterious strangling force that erupted from the territory vortex was too much for them to contend with. Their defensive artifacts exploded one after another, and as they screamed, the trio exploded one after another, blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. Shui Sun stared at all this in a daze. Watching 3 third-order origin returning realm masters die in just 3 breaths of time, a chill ran down her spine. She suddenly remembered Yang Kai's warning before. If you don't want to die, just wait there. She was certain that if she hadn't listened to Yang Kai's advice at that time, the old man and the other two would have ended up the same way, and she would have died on the spot. A feeling of escaping from death inexplicably welled up in her heart, causing Shui Sun's face to turn slightly pale. This guy, has he been planning this all along? Has he always wanted to integrate himself into the vortex in the territory of the territory, in order to get rid of the vortex targeting him? Where did he get the confidence to do this? How deep is his understanding of shire? Has he already comprehended the mysteries of the territory vortex? Shui Sun had countless questions lingering in her heart, but she couldn't ask them. She only knew that this human's attainments in the martial Tao were something she could only look up to. In fact, although the vortex in the territory in front of them was powerful enough, if the old man and the other two had advanced step by step and comprehended its mysteries bit by bit, they might have had a chance to reach its center and wouldn't have died tragically. The bad thing was that they didn't have this opportunity. Yang Kai gave them hope, but when they saw the light, he brought despair to them. He had effortlessly used the power of the vortex in the territory to kill all 3 of them. If this was all part of his plan from the beginning, then it was simply too despicable. It should just be a coincidence, right? Shui Sun's expression was extremely complicated. What are you waiting for? Let's go out. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, startling Shui Sun slightly. When she came back to her senses, she found that Yang Kai had already arrived in front of her, and was playing with 2 domain stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Saying so, he casually tossed one of the territory stones over. Shui Sun caught it and glanced at him suspiciously, frowning as she asked, Why did you give me a piece? I didn't do anything. Yang Kai smiled lightly. You brought me here and you were the one who discovered the territory stone first, so I gave you a piece. Don't you want it? If you don't want it, then give it back. Shui-sun quickly put the territory stone into her space ring. This was a free advantage, so why not? Yang Kai grinned. I'll give you a piece of the territory stone. I'll take the space rings of those 3. There doesn't seem to be anything good inside. I don't want to share their space rings, Shui-sun replied lightly. After pondering for a moment, she said, Then we'll part ways here. I wish you good luck. You're not going out? Yang Kai was stunned. I want to stay here and continue to meditate. Yang Kai nodded and didn't force her, instead saying seriously, Then I wish you good luck as well. I'll be going first. As he spoke, he brushed past her and strode out. Yang Kai! Shui-sun suddenly shouted from behind. What? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Can I ask, how did you integrate yourself into the vortex in the territory? Shui-sun looked at him curiously. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, I took advantage of the situation. Took advantage of the situation? Shui-sun's brow furrowed as she carefully pondered over the meaning of this sentence. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up, and a look of gratitude appeared on her face as she sincerely said, Thank you. You're welcome. Yang Kai waved his hand gently before walking away without looking back. Over the next few days, Yang Kai continued to move around the blood prison. Once he found a vortex in the territory that met his requirements, he would go and study it to understand its mysteries. Absorbing the mysteries of the vortexes in the territory, Yang Kai sure grew at a terrifying speed. There was no vortex in the territory that could trap him and make him unable to extricate himself. Most of the vortexes in the territory could enter and exit at will, and even if he occasionally encountered some powerful vortexes, it would take him some time to integrate himself into them, allowing him to travel unimpeded through the vortexes. Yang Kai found that the method Su Dingyang had taught him was somewhat wrong. Comprehending the mysteries of the territory vortexes and using one's own sure to resist them may be a good method, but integrating one's own sure into them would allow one to explore their mysteries at a deeper level. This was why Yang Kai had told Shui-sun to take advantage of the situation. However, if one wanted to do this, they needed to have extremely strong control over their own sure. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to asking for humiliation. Yang Kai did not obtain many territory stones. Even in the blood prison, territory stones were extremely rare. Half a month after separating from Shui-sun, Yang Kai had encountered several dozen large and small territory vortexes, but had only managed to find 2 territory stones. While he was on his way, Yang Kai had studied the strange territory stones. These stones did contain the power of a territory, similar to the territory vortexes in the blood prison. However, the territory power contained in these territory stones was very gentle, not as violent and difficult to deal with as the vortexes in the territory. This gentleness was enough for any origin returning realm master to safely absorb these stones, improve their understanding of sure, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. This was also one of the reasons why territory stones were so valuable. Besides Shui-sun, Yang Kai did not meet anyone else he knew. Whether it was the monster race masters who had come here from Monster Star or Qian Tong, and the others who had stayed on Green Mountain Star, Yang Kai did not meet any of them. Yang Kai did not know whether Qian Tong and the others had entered the blood prison or not, but the main reason they had stayed on Green Mountain Star at that time was because of this, so it was unlikely they would miss such a grand event. They should have come in, but Yang Kai did not know where they were. Occasionally, when he had some free time, Yang Kai would take out his communication artifact and pour his divine sense into it, hoping to contact Qian Tong and the others. Unfortunately, after so many days, there was no response from his communication artifact. On this day, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged in a secluded place, recovering his energy and taking out his communication artifact to investigate. He did not have much hope, but when he poured his divine sense into it, he could not help smiling and quickly began to investigate. Qian Tong had actually responded. What's more, He was actually summoning his companions to his location. Young Kai seemed to have discovered something incredible. Chapter 1598. 100 kilometers away from the Blood Prison, in a stone pavilion atop a high peak, Luo Hai's eyes were closed, as if he was silently perceiving something. The other Origin King Realm Masters were all paying attention to his movements. They could not know anything about the situation inside the Blood Prison, and only Luo Hai, as the Star Master, could spy on it. Naturally, Luo Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. After a long time, Luo Hai opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, did you discover something? Why are you so happy? The old woman from Sword Union asked quickly. Good news, good news. Luo Hai gently nodded. Good news. The beautiful woman from Purple Star raised her brow as she glanced over at Luo Hai thoughtfully, revealing a look of understanding as she asked. Brother Luo Hai means. Haha, yes, there is only one good news in the Blood Prison. And it's exactly as you think. Luo Hai gently nodded and quickly said. A stone mountain has appeared in my territory. A stone mountain has appeared in my territory? Everyone was shocked. This really is a joyous event. The old woman smiled so widely that her face wrinkled. The little ones who entered the Blood Prison this time are really blessed to have encountered such a joyous event. It seems they are luckier than most. Senior Sister Lei need not envy others. When you entered the Blood Prison 2,000 years ago, didn't you also encounter such a joyous event? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. Haha, yes, 2,000 years have passed in a flash. The old woman's face showed a trace of nostalgia. If I had not encountered a stone mountain in my territory, this old woman would not have been able to spy on the mysteries of my territory and break through to the Origin King realm. It can be said that the stone mountain in my territory is the foundation of this old woman's current realm. Senior Sister Lei encountered a stone mountain in your territory? Many people showed surprised expressions and someone shouted, Why didn't I have such good luck? When I entered the Blood Prison, the stone mountain in my territory was surrounded by a powerful territory field, making it impossible to see what it was. This is luck. Luo Hai chuckled. The stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the Blood Prison. It is extremely sturdy, and even an Origin King may not necessarily be able to damage it. It is so huge that no one can take it away. It was the best place for Origin returning realm masters to comprehend the mysteries of their own territory. But unfortunately, it was shrouded in various fierce territory fields all year round. Only occasionally would these territory fields weaken and reveal the true appearance of the stone mountains within their territory. On the other hand, the Blood Prison only opens once every 1,000 years, and when it does, the stone mountain in our territory may not appear. So it's normal that you haven't encountered it yet. There's no need to envy Senior Sister Lei's luck. Aren't all of you Origin Kings now? Even so, if I had encountered a stone mountain in the territory back then, I wouldn't have needed to cultivate bitterly for 300 years to break through to this realm. After speaking, a look of resentment appeared on his face as he lamented that he was not as lucky as the old woman surnamed Lei. The old woman smiled and said, Why are you sighing here? This old woman was lucky enough to encounter a stone mountain in our territory. But after breaking through to the Origin King realm, this old woman has not been able to make any further progress. I'm afraid this old woman will be stuck here for the rest of her life. Senior Sister Lei doesn't need to belittle yourself. Who can say for sure? Perhaps one day, Senior Sister Lei will be blessed with good fortune and break through to the second-order Origin King realm. The beautiful woman comforted. Although there were many frictions between the great forces in the Star Territory, as Origin Kings, there was more or less some friendship between them. So it wasn't a big deal for the old woman to offer some casual words of comfort. I hope so. The old woman forced a smile. The old woman smiled reluctantly, but suddenly frowned and said with a worried look, However, although the appearance of a stone mountain in our territory is a happy event, I'm afraid it will be a much more difficult test for those little brats. This old woman fought a life-and-death battle in order to compete for a good position back then, and almost died. This time, I'm afraid many of them will die. Whether it's a blessing or a curse will depend on their own good fortune. It's useless for us to worry here. The old man from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce slowly shook his head. That's true. By the way, Master Luo Hai, that second-order origin returning realm brat. How is he doing right now? Is he dead or alive? The old woman suddenly remembered Yang Kai and asked. Everyone turned their attention to Luo Hai, seemingly very interested in Yang Kai. Luo Hai smiled lightly and said, He's still alive, this king can feel his vitality. He's still alive. The old woman was overjoyed. Great, this old woman was really afraid his luck would be bad, and he would be killed by that powerful guy. It seems his luck is much better than this old woman's. I'm really looking forward to the day he walks out of the blood prison. This old woman wants to see if this little brat really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He definitely doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, he's just courageous, Luo Hai suddenly fell silent, his brow furrowing as he tried to sense his surroundings. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, could he have encountered some kind of trouble? The beautiful woman from Purple Star asked nervously. No one wanted to see Kai Yang get into trouble or even die. They all regarded Yang Kai as a rising star of their force, and were all prepared to wait for him to emerge from the blood prison, before offering extremely generous conditions to win him over. He hasn't encountered any trouble, but this king thinks he's looking for trouble. Luo Hai said in a strange tone. What do you mean? The old woman asked nervously. He's actually heading towards the stone mountain in our territory. Luo Hai's expression became extremely strange. Huh? Everyone was shocked. Why would he go in the direction of the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman asked with a look of disappointment. That little brat is simply courting death. How could he possibly go there? If he were to be involved in some kind of dispute. This little guy is really too troublesome. The beautiful Purple Star woman sighed with a helpless look on her face. Yang Kai was trapped inside the blood prison, so none of them could intervene, and could only watch as Yang Kai walked into danger. All the Origin King Realm Masters couldn't wait to break into the blood prison right now, fish Yang Kai out, and teach him a lesson. Things are getting more and more interesting. This little brat's courage is really big. Luo Hai smiled softly. Master Luo Hai, I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to that little brat, and see if he's there. The old woman asked nervously. All right, although I can't investigate too carefully, this king can still sense whether he's alive or not. If something really happens, this king will definitely tell you. Luo Hai nodded, not refusing such a request. He himself was also very interested in Yang Kai. Then I'll have to trouble Master Luo Hai. Inside the blood prison, at a certain location there was a small hill. Although it was called a small hill, it was actually just a slightly larger one. It was no more than 300 meters high, and covered an area of only a few dozen meters. This small hill gave off a strange luster, and a gentle territory aura radiated from it. A stone mountain in the territory, a treasure of the blood prison. Its main body was actually a huge piece of territory stone. No one knew how it was born, but since its birth, it had always existed inside the blood prison. It was shrouded in a terrifying territory all year round, making it impossible for anyone to enter and see the true appearance of the stone mountain in the territory. The territory field around the stone mountain in the territory was recognized as the most powerful territory in the blood prison. No origin returning realm cultivator dared to challenge it, and anyone who dared to do so had died a violent death. Although it was shrouded in a powerful territory all year round, there were also times when this territory would weaken, and only at such times would the stone mountain in the territory be exposed. There was no pattern to this phenomenon, but every time the blood prison opened, perhaps 1 in 10 times, the stone mountain in the territory would be exposed to the eyes of the world. Every time this happened, all the origin returning realm masters who heard this news would be like cats that had smelled blood, and would gather at the foot of the stone mountain in the territory, searching for a suitable position to comprehend the mysteries emanating from the stone mountain. This was much safer and more effective than breaking into the whirlpool in the territory. The mysteries emanating from the stone mountain in the territory could be easily absorbed by a cultivator, allowing them to spy on the mysteries of the territory. Some cultivator who originally had no chance to break through to the Origin King realm were able to do so because they encountered the stone mountain in the territory. For example, the old woman surnamed Lei from Sword Union was one of them. For tens of thousands of years, although the stone mountain had only appeared a few times in the territory, it still did not diminish the enthusiasm of the cultivator. At this moment, there were hundreds of third-order origin returning realm masters gathered around the stone mountain in the territory. These people came from all corners of the star territory, either in groups of 3 or 5, or in groups of 7 or 8, occupying different positions. There were a total of 7 groups, all of them clearly divided. Among these groups, the ones with the largest number of people occupied the best positions, each of them revealing their imposing auras, the artifacts in their hands shining brightly as they looked around coldly. No one dared to provoke them, not only because they had the advantage in numbers, but also because their backgrounds were not small. The remaining groups, according to their strength, also occupied different geographical positions. Nearly 100 people had surrounded almost the entire stone mountain in the territory. Although there was still some open space left, there was a steady stream of cultivator who had heard the news and rushed here from all directions. It was not hard to imagine that these open spaces would eventually be occupied by the cultivator groups. Those who came late and didn't get a good position would definitely challenge the weaker groups and forcibly occupy the advantageous positions. On the left side of the stone mountain in the territory, 3 third-order origin, returning realm cultivator had gathered. Of the 3, 2 were known to Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and the beautiful woman from Star Emperor Mountain, Lin Yu Rao, while the other was someone Yang Kai had never met before. At this moment, the 3 of them were secretly circulating their Saint Qi, holding their most powerful artifacts in their hands as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. The 3 of them had arrived early, so the positions they occupied were not bad. But as the number of cultivator groups continued to increase, some of them were already eyeing them with malicious intent, as if they were contemplating whether or not to attack the 3 of them and drive them away. If the 3 of them had not displayed enough strength, they would definitely not have been able to protect their territory. However, continuing to be vigilant was not a solution. The stone mountain had already appeared in the territory, and the powerful and numerous groups had already begun to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. If the 3 of them continued to delay like this, the gains would not make up for the losses. The 3 of them were intent on comprehending the mysteries of the stone mountain, but they did not dare to lower their guard. Chapter 1599. Elder Qian, Elder Yang, Elder Mo, and the others, have they responded? Among the 3, an old man in a brown robe looked around from time to time and asked Qian Tong in a low voice. Not yet. Qian Tong shook his head slowly and replied worriedly, I don't know where they went. My communication artifact can't contact them at all. What about Vice City Lord Ning? Have you contacted him yet? The old man sighed. I can't contact him either. I don't know where Brother Ning went. The 2 looked at each other and saw the anxiety and helplessness in each other's eyes. The old man was the city lord of Green Mountain Star's Greenwater City. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star and returned to Tongxian Realm, Qian Tong and his group of 5 stayed behind to prepare to participate in the Blood Prison trial a few years later. The city lord of Greenwater City was also very good at dealing with people. After learning that Qian Tong and the others had arrived, he tried his best to invite them to serve as Greenwater City's honored guest elders. Qian Tong and the others did not want to cause any misunderstandings, and also needed a place to settle down, so they readily agreed. Over the past few years, everyone got along quite well, and there were no gaps or frictions between them. As soon as the Blood Prison trial opened, they entered the Blood Prison with the old man and the Vice City Lord surnamed Ning. Everyone here was a third-order origin returning realm master, and had entered this place to comprehend the mysteries of their territory, in hopes of prying into the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Of course, It was impossible for all 7 of them to travel together. As such, everyone dispersed. A few days ago, when the old man heard the news of a stone mountain appearing in his territory, he immediately used his communication artifact to contact his companions. But only Qian Tong and Lin Yurao had arrived. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han-yi, MOU of Clear Sky Sect, and Green Water City's Vice City Lord Ning had not responded. Seeing that more and more people were arriving, Qian Tong and the others were naturally anxious. Without absolute strength and numbers, it was impossible to keep the territory they occupied at the moment. Not far away, a cultivator who had just arrived failed to grab a good spot and was looking over with ill intentions. However, there were too few of them, only 2, so they naturally did not act rashly. However, they were also constantly pouring their divine senses into the communication compass, as if they were trying to establish contact with someone. Once they called for help, the situation would be dire. Elder Lin, is there a response from your side? The elderly man turned his expectant gaze to Lin Yurao. The latter slowly shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. No. What should we do? The elderly man was anxious and uneasy. An enormous opportunity was right in front of him, yet he had no time or opportunity to comprehend it. He could only wait here, and this was even more unbearable than killing him. Wait for another half a day, just another half a day. If Elder Yang and the others still don't come, we'll leave. The elderly man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Although the appearance of the stone mountain in his territory was a heaven-sent opportunity, he did not want to lose his life here. The stone mountain in his territory was still stable for the time being, but he believed that it would not be long before this place became chaotic. There would definitely be many cultivator fighting over the position. Leave. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy as his eyes filled with unwillingness. No one wanted to pry into the mysteries of the Origin King realm more than him from Shadowed Star. If Yang Kai had not taken him away from Shadowed Star and brought him here, he would never have been able to escape the shackles of world principles, and would never have had the opportunity to touch the higher realms of the martial Tao. Yang Kai had given him this opportunity, and now that there was an even greater opportunity in front of him, he was naturally unwilling to take the initiative to leave. Oh, just as he was feeling annoyed, Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed, and he poured his divine sense into the communication compass in his hand. Is someone coming? Green Water City's city lord saw Qian Tong's expression change and asked with joy. Lin Yurao's expression also changed as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Qian Tong. Qian Tong did not respond and continued to investigate the communication compass, only letting out a laugh after a while. Yes, someone is coming. Who is it? Is it Elder Yang, Elder Chu, or Elder Mo? None of them. Qian Tong slowly shook his head. None of them? Could it be Brother Ning? Green Water City's city lord's expression changed as he nodded. It's fine if Brother Ning is here. His strength is not weak. It's not Brother Ning either. Then who is it? Green Water City's city lord was stunned to the extreme. Qian Tong's group only had 5 people, and now there were 2 of them by his side. There were also more than 3 people who had come, causing him to be confused. Lin Yurao also wore a puzzled look as she stared at Qian Tong suspiciously, not understanding what he meant by this. Qian Tong chuckled, glanced at Lin Yurao, and said, Yang Kai is here. Lin Yurao's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed in surprise. Sect Master is here? How come he's here? Didn't he return to his homeland? I'm also quite surprised. Qian Tong chuckled, a look of relief on his face. Maybe he came back in time. When he left Green Mountain Star, didn't he say that if there was enough time, he might come back? Elder Qian, are you sure? Are you sure that was Sect Master's response? How could I be wrong about such a thing? Qian Tong shook his head repeatedly. Although this old master is a bit old, I'm not so old that I'm confused, right? That's great. Lin Yurao jumped up with joy. Since Sect Master is here, things will be much easier. The 2 of them spoke one after another, their words revealing their admiration for Yang Kai. Although Green Water City's city lord didn't know who Yang Kai was, from their expressions, he knew he had an incredible helper. Relaxing his tense mood, The city lord smiled as he turned to Lin Yurao and said, Elder Lin, can you briefly tell this city lord about your sect master? This old master has never met him before, so when we meet later, I can't be too rude. The elderly man was well aware of Lin Yurao's strength and knew she was definitely stronger than him. Not only Lin Yurao, but Qian Tong's group of 5 also seemed to be much stronger than ordinary third-order origin returning realm masters. Their understanding of Shi was extremely profound, and their Saint Qi was incredibly dense. At first, the elderly man didn't quite understand why this was the case, but after interacting with them for a long time, he learned that the star Qian Tong and the others came from had a mysterious world principle that prevented them from breaking through to the Origin King realm, forcing them to temper themselves in the Origin Returning realm. As such, they were able to reach an extremely high level in the Origin Returning realm, surpassing the Origin realm masters of other stars. It wasn't unreasonable to take a sip and peck at everything, and someone who could be called sect master by a master like Lin Yurao was obviously stronger than her, right? Most likely, he had already taken half a step into the Origin King realm. Greenwater City's city lord took it for granted. With the arrival of such a powerful helper, Greenwater City's city lord was naturally overjoyed. What should I say about him? Lin Yurao couldn't help showing an awkward look on her face, as if she found it difficult to speak. Haha, it's hard to explain, but after you meet him, Brother Zhao will understand. Qian Tong smiled to the side, as if he also felt that explaining was useless. Yang Kai could not be judged by common sense. And that's fine. The elderly man nodded lightly, not insisting. In any case, they would meet in a while, so there was no point in asking now. But Brother Zhao, this Qian must tell you in advance that this sect master Yang is not someone you can judge by his appearance. Qian Tong said casually. A person can't judge by his appearance? Greenwater City's city lord frowned, his expression blank, not understanding what Qian Tong meant by this. He's here. Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in a low voice, raising his eyes and looking in a certain direction. When Greenwater City's city lord heard this, he quickly pulled himself together and prepared to meet this powerful helper in his best state. A figure flew over from a very distant place at an extremely fast speed. When Qian Tong said those words, this figure was still far away on the horizon, only a small black dot visible. But after only 3 breaths of time, a handsome young man suddenly appeared not far from the stone mountain in Greenwater City's territory. Yang Kai, come here, Qian Tong shouted. Around the stone mountain in Greenwater City's territory, countless cultivators glared at him. Qian Tong couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh, realizing that his joy had been a little too conspicuous, so he quickly kept a low profile. Yang Kai, who had just arrived, first glanced at the huge stone mountain in Greenwater City's territory, a trace of surprise flashing across his eyes before his figure flickered, and he arrived in front of Qian Tong and the others, enthusiastically greeting them. Elder Qian, Elder Lin. Greetings, sect master. Lin Yurao quickly saluted. Yang Kai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so polite, asking in amazement, why is it only the 2 of you here? Where are the others? I couldn't contact them, so I don't know where they went. Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Have you returned from Greenwater City? Yang Kai nodded. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. With such a grand event like the blood prison trial, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to make it in time. Qian Tong laughed. Being able to come here is also a stroke of luck. Yang Kai replied casually, not saying too much. Being able to come here was indeed a stroke of luck. He had only gone to Monster Star to see Shanqing Luo. He had not expected to be able to come to the blood prison from Monster Star. Saying so, he glanced over at Greenwater City's city lord and asked suspiciously, This is... Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Greenwater City's city lord, Zhao Tianze, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, this is the Yang Kai I told you about. Zhao Tianze stared at Yang Kai in a daze, his expression extremely strange. Since Yang Kai appeared, Zhao Tianze had been scrutinizing him. After all, the previous conversation between Qian Tong and Lin Yurao had greatly elevated Yang Kai's strength and status, causing Zhao Tianzhe to have high expectations for Yang Kai's arrival. Zhao Tianzhe thought that this person was a peak third-order origin returning realm master. He thought that this person would definitely be much stronger than Qian Tong and Lin Yurao. But as soon as they met, Zhao Tianzhe realized that something was wrong. The person who had come was actually a young man. But that wasn't all. And the aura fluctuations coming from this person were actually only second-order origin returning realm. Zhao Tianzhe almost thought he was seeing things and repeatedly swept Yang Kai with his divine sense, only confirming that this person was really just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Zhao Tianzhe was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.